Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Sounds really good in here. People ringing me. Hello, Jane. Can you hear us there? Can you hear us there, Jane? Is that what you were ringing about? Did you have anything else to tell me? Can you text me that, whatever you needed to tell me? We're doing a little test here of the live stream. We're cranking it up here at Willowbank Raceway on a Friday for the first time ever. Our Jamboree's on a Friday. And testing, of course, scheduled for the first half of the day, and then Q1 happens just in the afternoon in the sweet spot. But good testing the last couple of days, various teams shaking some gear down by the looks of it. I was just catching up all of it last night live with Jamboree, and we had a couple of good media outlets there. Holmes Media, I think they filmed some testing last night here, and he's come down to cover that. So I caught that up on YouTube and watched the testing from last night. There's going to be lots of promise shown last night, but today is the day where hopefully everything starts to come good for anyone that hasn't quite had a lot of luck shaking their gear down. There's other entrants that didn't test yesterday that are entered to come and test today, this morning. And of course, it's completely at their discretion. Anytime they want to come out, we're here for them. No schedule other than to open the lanes and then close the lanes, and hopefully in between the next few hours, people have shook their stuff down enough, or opportunities at least to test and then fix if you got issues or adjust or change. Test days are obviously here in Australia working very well, like they would anywhere else in the world, to have events like Jambo. It's the first time ever that the Garrett Brisbane Jamboree has ever decided to kick off on a Friday, purely because, you know, last year big numbers and then trying to finish everyone off, and today this is new. We're testing, and then we're putting a round of qualifying. We're putting a round of qualifying in tonight, so it takes a couple of qualifying sessions out that we would have to then do tomorrow. And throughout the day, it's good the teams will have a little bit more time in between them tomorrow to do that. And then hopefully, leading up to how we do it all on race day Sunday. The traditional Jamboree finale. Get through qualifying, get into racing, then, round one Sunday. Now it's going to be a bit of round one Saturday too. I think we've got that. So that schedule looks very, very good by the time we process this large entry list of not only testers today, but our class of 2026 Brisbane Jamboree starting to assemble in the classrooms. Big shout out to all of our interstate visitors for joining us here. A lot of flights coming in, I believe, with people this morning. So Brisbane Airport will be full of car people coming up. Big shout out to all of our friends that are making the effort to come up and be a part of it. And it's you can either pop out and have a look today. We've got a few people here for today. Good morning, all you people. Can you hear us out there to make sure everything's okay? The people over on the mound. Nice spot there. You've got a nice spot there. How long can you stay there? That is the test. I'm looking at the one bloke under the big screen here. So, mate, let's bolt you to that spot for 6 hours. You reckon you could go 6 hours just bolted to that spot? Sans toilet breaks? Yep, okay, well, I'm not going to hold you to it, but it's going to be good Friday to let some of our teams shake the rest of their stuff down. Now, of course, one thing about Jambo every time is, the return of some of the old, other cars, existing cars you haven't seen for a while, and then it's the new ones. It's the new teams that are really starting to raise the old eyebrows, and you just don't know what's going to turn up. If you look at an entry list and you can read through, but it doesn't give them much away until you see them in the flesh. And it certainly will start to roll out from a sample of what we can expect for Jamboree tomorrow when we officially go into the event, where we will do more qualifying, and there'll be a round of Chicago shared out. Track conditions perfect, beautiful Queensland morning. Someone would have had the track temp and outside air. Definitely feels like it's probably just nearly on 20 plus. It's you under the screen. Oh, okay, well, Mick McGregor. That's you, you old stager. There he is. I mean, the bloke's not 21 anymore, but here he is sitting up there like it's his first Jambo. Good on you, Mick. Inspired. Did you drove your 1600 up here? I saw it. Has that got the Bluebird front on it now? Yeah, I saw that. Oh, yeah, I nearly crashed into a tree looking at that thing. Yeah, no, beautiful, Mick. So absolutely living the Jambo dream after all these years, and it'll never wash out, will it, Mick? The old Jambo, it'll never wash out. Anyone that's got that into their bloodstream, it will never wash out. It is something about the energy of this event. Now remember, this is Mick. This is the 36th year of it. So talk about sticking around for the long haul. You talk about a formula that's working. It just continues to grow every year. You just don't know what you're going to see by the end of the event. You can certainly know it's going to be laced with massive gobs of horsepower. Average horsepower per vehicle here. I bar top fuel entries. Like honestly, we will do these stats one day, or let AI put it all in. But average horsepower per vehicle at the Winter Nationals, average horsepower per vehicle at Jamboree. I'd say Jamboree's got more average horsepower per vehicle because remember, as much as they've got top fuel at the Winter Nationals, they've got a lot of junior dragsters as well. So I think even on averages, we're packing so much punch now per vehicle. That started off, and we're still going to see our roots of Jambo where there'll be people here with 200 horsepower, but they might be in all motor or something like that. There's a lot of street cars in street compact that may only have 600. Like honestly. There might be a few low buck. Remember, we live in the country of the Barra, so now the average street car horsepower's got to be 600, right? So there's going to be a lot of that here. There's a lot of Barra worship in the house I've seen, and I do love that that's throwing the Aussie Sport Compact turbo industry into a little spin because we get our own import versus domestic straight out of the manufacturer here. Barra versus 2J, Barra versus 13B, Barra versus RB. Everyone says Barra the world. Well, we also now, of course, with turbo and high tech of allowing every turbocharged damn thing we can in here, and why not? Garrett Advancing Motions has been doing turbos properly for a lot of years, and this is a natural fit for them because there are more snails here than a French restaurant and more horsepower growing out of the ground than we've ever seen. And the biggest display of that is coming, of course, at Jambo with just vehicles, combos that our rule books, I wouldn't say our rule book's loose, our rule book just encourages expression. And we're seeing it in all sorts of ways now and in all sorts of forms. But the power adders, you can just about probably add 6 to 10 engines that we're all doing it with. But it's the combination of what they put in their own personal vehicles that really makes Jambo special. It's this ability to come and freedomly express your freedom. And remember, it came from the roots of the V-Dub, of course, the V-Dub days and Dave Butler and Ray Box. And, basically non-V8 days, essentially what it started as, is getting away from, remember, same track that we would run all of our blown V8s down and have predominantly V8 rules. But the 4 cylinders, 6 cylinders, rotaries were all minority sort of classes back in the day and never really could flex their muscles at any higher level. But then Jambo came along and there was this opportunity at the same drag strip to put a bit more 4-cylinder rotary V-Dub performance down the track. And as we said, the average horsepower back then at the first Jambo may have only been 200 horsepower, not even that. We were a lot of aspirated vehicles back then, a lot of cranky V-Dub Beetles, a lot of cranky ported rotary engines. The 6-bangers were sort of snuck in and started to be able to come a part of it through, high tech and EFI, and all of a sudden it's 4s and rotaries, and then 4s and 6s and rotaries, and then with the EFI industry and turbo industry, V8s are allowed in. And why wouldn't you allow V8s in when Billy Abdou can turn up with this beautiful, honestly folks, top 5 sexiest Fords in Australia, period, on radials or whatever. This thing is the complete package. It's a radial car, it's a drag and drive car, it's a street car. It's also very, 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 very quick with a very healthy small block Ford on board, heaven forbid. And right behind, getting Billy back, is the big man from Perth, Jeff "The Rock" Johnson from Power Management Solutions. The Rock spent the week in Queensland. I think it's the longest stint he spent in Queensland. He was in Kendall Mackay last weekend, The Rock. Tuned some cars here in Brisbane this week, and here he is at Jambo. Billy Abdu bringing out this beautiful fastback. This fastback is fast. First hit of the day. Let's see what The Rock's got in store. And he will be, I think he's in J275. I don't know exactly what class he will be in tomorrow, but one of our real good citizens of Bump City straight off the bat here. Oh, Billy, we'd almost let you get away with that, mate, because you did stop. And that is a little thing that we don't want everyone to take advantage of too much today. But if you do fluff a launch, as long as you stop relatively quickly for a re-go, we're probably going to cut you some slack. Look, I know that over the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, we're not going to be able to cut anyone any slack when we're putting them all down the track, because business as usual, when you get the best racing in the world, it's business as usual. We can't give everyone that chance. Billy just got out of jail just because it's a test day. And this is about testing. Test your bump box, test your trans brake, test the combo. You've got to go in on that beam. That'll do.
Well, it's a big hit on limiter.
I was just looking for second there. I think so was Billy. And whether it didn't shift and it hit the limiter twice and then he lifted, or whether it's then hit something and broken something, there's nothing indicating that anything came out of the car. But man, can I... See, this is the thing. Have I got my 60 foot there? There we go. No, well, that 60 foot won't work for me either. I mean, it went 5.28 to the 8th rolling, but I won't believe that 60 foot. I'm not going to believe the 60 foot Dave Hamilton at 7.51.
No, I think that's lying to us a little. But I guess he got away with that roll back there and have another go because there was no one behind him in the lanes, right? We're waiting for those cars to come round.
If we had 150 in the lanes, we probably won't. We'd probably do it. But isn't it funny that I always continue to tell people about, some things that you don't really value in drag racing is that you've got to stage the car. You've literally got to be ready to race as soon as you put the bottom bulb on. And more often than not, some of this stuff's hard to tame. Some of this is you're trying to move a car 2 inches into stage, and Billy just had that one little moment there where he went onto the two-step, but either he took the finger off the bump button, or that's the other thing too. Human beings, all of a sudden you give a bloke 2 buttons on a steering wheel, and more often than not, sometimes you've got your thumbs in tune.
It was a pretty violent bump in that thing too, actually. She bumps in hard.
Well, we can certainly appreciate the emphasis on how important a good bump is, Dave. Like flickering that bottom bulb. I mean, I was watching Kendall last weekend up there calling that at Mackay, and just that importance about heads up pro tree, getting the car into stage, and just the turbo cars sometimes rolling in and back, and just as they rock in, it does flicker the bottom bulb just once. Yep. And that has put more opposition red lights because they think they're in, but then it flickers. It's crazy. Sometimes we take...
I've caught myself out on the tree a few times doing that too. So.
Oh, well, mate, it's
different trees, different tracks and stuff as well.
But I think that's one thing we've got to also appreciate, that the staging procedure is the theatre. It's the start of the show. Like the race is the gift if it all goes well. But it's that little drama that creeps in when 2 opponents are trying to find the tree. And we've got combos of all types, like, ones with a sloppy bump. Blowing guys, they just put the top bulb on. Nitrous guys can have another purge and bump in. But the turbo people with automatic transmissions are the ones more highly stressed trying to get their machines in. If that bump is still that liability, and test days are, I suppose, a good way of trying to get that sorted in the combos. And we're fresh off Ken to 5 days ago where... that is it. You must have that part on a pro tree to be able to stage and race. And the shorter distance, I've more emphasis on that. But Billy, I'm sure he can learn from that. I think we talked about this before. It's like, yes, we can tune for horsepower. We're on the dyno. We can make the power. The combo is sorted. And more often than not, this is the reason why the average horsepower at Jambo's gone off the roof, because of their dyno tuning and better ECUs, better turbos, smarter workshops. Everyone... drag strips still going back and proving it and testing it and building up, what the industry's delivering. And that's a taste for drag racing, taste for everyone to have horsepower and in a car that they own. that industry's gone off the head. But when you come out here with that machine and practice bumping, you either go to test and tunes and practice that part. I think if we can set up a dyno workshop, why can't we just set up a staging area? So come up, bump in on a tree, and practice your bump.
I would do that.
Yeah,
I would have a go.
Well, when you look at how much dynos cost, then you look at how much you could set up a little staging beam. I think some of those combos, because I've seen too many races lost, too many missing time slips where the run still goes ahead anyway. And you go, man, that was going to be a number. It's like, well, dude, if only you staged the car and the timing system didn't catch you, But, data logger these days, they can save a fair bit more of that. And anyone that's used the draggies, I was always against draggies, but I'm more leaning towards them now just because it is a very accurate performance meter. And not that we should be testing them on the street, of course, but...
I've got one that's still sitting in the box. I've never pulled it out. It's been there.
How much you want for it?
It's in the box. It's been sitting there, probably nearly 2 years.
Oh, okay.
I haven't pulled it out.
Oh, it's a brand new in box.
Has not been opened at all, no.
I might have to get that off you, mate.
You can take a borrow of it, mate. You don't that way. It's not doing anything anyway.
How about I get something that actually works first before? Yeah. So I can save that up for a while.
You can just try it to work here.
It's just all these things I'd like to know if I could drive a car again. But look, I wanted to get my car here for the Jambo. I promised last year 5 Diggles's would be running Jambo in 2026. We've only got one entered. So nephew Jamie's running the Gazelle tomorrow. I think they were going to test today, but decided to just come tomorrow. But this guy's going to have a hit. This is Daniel Rougier, Rotor Geek.
Any door and gates, Mazda. All epoxy solutions.
Welcome back to Willowbank, Dan. The Rotor Geek, he has taken some Jambo scalps in the past. He knows how to drag race with this thing. 13B auto. And just does a beautiful job. I should really look at that text that Janie sent me because I saw Mick McGregor's message and then talking to Mick.
You got sidetracked.
And that's going to be, it's actually all Datsuns on the hill. It's going to be all the Datsuns. It's going to be Silky, Chris Adams and Mick McGregor's. They're the three Datsun marquees up near the big screen.
Oh, beside the big screen there, yep.
Oh, just business as usual. If you can nearly predict that. 903 at 147. How many times have I seen that car go 903, 147 mile an hour? It's just so many times. Oh, Janie's text was, races to the lanes, please. Races to the lanes. But as I said this morning, it's testing. So I mean,
127 in the 62, that was.
Beautiful.
If you missed that one.
No, I did miss that one, Dave. Good to see that you're...
because we didn't have the 60 time there on the last one, but it's working.
Well,
it's good.
Yeah,
it's
let's see what the other lane does. We had that .751 in that lane. But so this is a little cross-section so far. First hit down the track, a 2,000 horsepower turbo Windsor fastback, sex on wheels. Car's not too bad either. Billy Abdu, right? A beautiful man and a beautiful car, that's what I say. But and then
scrubs up well, eh?
Yeah. And then Dan Rougier comes out with a beautiful OG RX3 13B turbo 903. And then this guy, well, he's already had the 2J bug for years, and he's had a pretty staunch Supra, but decides he wants to do some more drag and drive. He did drag and drive with the Supra, but he's now built what he thinks is a little bit more of a ultimate drag and drive weapon, and that's the little Corolla with the 2JZ. And William Yarwood in the water now for his first hit of the day. Was that just looking for a time slip? Yeah. Well, they would normally get the time slip down the bottom, wouldn't they? Can they reprint down there? Okay, here's Yarwood. Hang on. Yeah, it's still on that, Mike. Even though that's off there, Dave, that's still, I can hear that through there.
Still coming through?
Yeah. It's one of those phantom buttons that... Oh, there we go.
Yeah, you just got to be
A bit more violent with it.
bit rougher on the button.
Okay.
Right? You've got to bump it in.
Yeah, well, here's Will. He's trying to do that right now. All right, Will's ready. He's got to put it in on there. See, the track's so sticky sometimes the little cars, like with a slippery converter, may not just go in on the idle there. But Will's just... Yeah, he's ready now. Beautiful. Oh, look, nice half track, 493 to half track, 112 in the 60, 112. I'm not going to talk over the cars this morning. This is the new laid back, easy listening. Let's get all adjusted to the intensity that is Jamboree and just let these things eat today. And then we'll do the times just after that. So 112 in the 60, 493 half track, then clicked it for Yarwood. Beautiful piece of work. 2JZ Corolla, tick. Aegis now, I tell you, Michael Aegis, he was at the Kenda last weekend. This thing's making some horsepower, twin-turbo Holden VL Commodore. He'll be in J275, I think. So big radial car here, Aussie radial street car, the VL Commodore on steroids. Going to go to Bump City by himself. Oh boy, I tell you what, it went 1, 2, 3 in the 60 foot and was starting to feed in that power that has seen that car power stand sometimes at nearly 300 foot out. It was just about to probably get that next power stage. 1, 2, 3 in the 60, but yeah, something just didn't quite go right for him. The thing just nose right over. Something just might have cut out because I didn't think it even allowed him to shift then. It just caught him before the shift shut off. But that thing of Aegis, yeah, it's a beast to behold when it's in full cry. Just one of honestly, if you could try and name the top 100 Australia's toughest VL Commodores, it would be probably the hardest list to determine. We need some kid to do a bit of a project for us and go through and scan and whatever you need to do to start all these lists, because honestly, the VL Commodore is to be celebrated forever in this country, as in anything else with heritage, either Australian, American, European, whatever heritage. We welcome all heritages here when it comes to automobiles. Any which way you want to do them, we're more than happy to see you send them. It's your money. We're here to watch you spend it. And we get enjoyment out of that. That's why you're paying your ticket prices, folks. Honestly, I tell you, by the end of the day, you'll be saying, "Yeah, man, I've seen some wild stuff." It's just Jambo. You know, I'm gonna stop short on calling it an automotive freak show, but it kind of ends up being that way because there's a lot of animals in here. Some of them mechanical. Some of them are cars. But all up, their appreciation for wanting to get out here and go fast. We love watching from the sidelines. It makes you want to go out there and do it yourself. And honestly, I can tell you, I'm on the fifth consecutive week of calling drag racing in this country. It started off at All Stars Drag and Drive right here 5 weeks ago. One of the best Aussie drag and drives we've seen. 13 7-second streetcars did the drag and drive. One of them was a 6-second. Adam Rogash went 657 at 219 mile an hour here in the Capri on day 3. That was 5 weeks ago. A week after that, a big all-forward day here at Willowbank, and we saw 3 hours of amazing forward muscle and about 1,200 to 1,400 forwards out the back. And that was a big celebration of the Blue Oval at the same joint. Week after that, we had Mopar Sunday here, and our Mopar faithful, our Chrysler faithful, came out and ran a lot of their Aussie Valiants and a few of their Chargers and Challengers and a few little beautiful gases and things out there, and a lot of younger blokes in them now, and some real good suburban muscle and a lot of garages, and so reliable. A lot of the Mopar street cars were running identical ETs, 3 runs, 4 runs in on pump gas driving them home. That was a good weekend. Last weekend, carnage in the cane field up at Mackay, where we saw a real true dose of Aussie radial mayhem. $8,000 payout on the Friday night, split between the opponents, $5,000, $3,000, and then the rain caught us Saturday afternoon, but we did give them a taste and got some points up for Kenda. Now, Jambo, week 5 in a row. And this is the Aussie heritage, which I don't mind, the EH Holden. Hopefully the whole world gets to see what we've got here in Australia this weekend. A big shout out to everyone all over the world watching. Brazil, Malta, Japan, the UK. Big now. We've got Hawkins going to have that GTR festival over at the UK, so everyone knows each other. So the world watches. If you love drag racing and you're in the drag racing world, you'll watch the rest of the world. Look at this. Honestly, right now, I wish we had a real good close-up of this EH Holden driven by Reece Carkeet, one of the Carkeet family Holdens, I call it. The Carkeet Holden. Well, they've got a Capri in there. I suppose, yes, they do have a Capri in the family. They've got hot hatchbacks and another beautiful Gemini, which I can't wait to see. Gemini, toughest cars of their type in the world. All right, twin-turbo small block on that radial tyre. How good does it look? It is just a car show here with 2,000 horsepower. Oh, look, it came out and went 125 in the 60, but it's also kind of just lost power or shut off or did not want to be happy after that. It got that start line right, 125 in the 60, nothing too out of control there. Came out and, even before 330 footed, it just nosed over and just didn't want to make power anymore. So whatever that was, 766 to half track, but that's what test days are about, is if you need to lay a couple of runs down and back to business as usual or have the odd gremlin creep in, the best time to probably have that is early and time to assess and have another crack at it. And honestly, if nothing major's just happened there, they'd probably lap it around and have another crack at it, which they could. All good. All right, so we'll sort that out. Of course, right now the lanes are open for all of our competitors that have entered and paid for testing. The lanes are completely empty, zero waiting, guaranteed. Roll up and get sent anytime you want. And I know there's a lot of combos getting warmed up and ironed out. We heard a few doing a couple of test two steps there before, so. All these combos getting themselves warmed up. As we said, I mean, it is 9:30 on a Friday morning. I know if we all had to go to work, we'd be probably more productive at 9:30 in the morning if we're still at work. But, race car day, race day, test day, all this stuff. Once we get going, we'll get into a groove and hopefully the lanes will fill up and everyone starts to either get what they want or get close to it. Big shout out to all those people watching on the live stream. We wish you were here, wherever you might be, but you should come down, make the trip. More and more often we are getting a lot more people travelling from New Zealand. I think by the end of the weekend, hopefully, and YouTube post Jambo, there'll be a lot of post Jambo YouTube as well from our different channels. We're also, and this is the thing that sometimes I know we can probably check on, and but you know, running one of the biggest events in the world, sometimes these little things come in hindsight. And I know we've got a lot of registered media outlets that want to be a part of this, so they get permission to come out and cover the event. And I know that that's definitely, we find out the weeks leading after this event of, you know, who was here and from where they were. And we get them from pretty much all over the world coming here. We don't know who turns up. We only see their videos later. Big shout out to Scott O'Leary coming out tomorrow. A lot of people coming out tomorrow. I know not everyone can be here in Queensland on a sunny Friday morning, but tell you what, I'm sure blessed that I am. It's so good to see everyone coming out there using their cars and testing for Jambo. Garrett Advancing Motion, Brisbane Jamboree, the VN. Not much info on the VN. Let's have a listen. Going about its business, gets through at the end, 11.19 at 108. It was off it early, I think. 7.06 to half track at 100 mile an hour, 1.70 in the 60 foot. But the VN gets along, 11.19. For all those people watching overseas that hear us talk about VL Commodores, well, let me explain what a VN Commodore is. And the VN is the one that came after the VL. And people are thinking, well, where was the VM Commodore? You know, and there's no such thing. It went VL to VN. And the VN, of course, completely different Commodore. That wider body, that more Opel Omega from Europe influence with a Buick V6 in it, which was, isn't it funny? Holden was stuck with the black motor before unleaded came in. They went to the RB30, which was the biggest thing Holden ever did back in the 80s, was go RB30 in the Commodore. So for a couple of years, we got the VL Commodore with RB30 and Nissan reliability and horsepower. And then when they did the new Commodore, they put a Buick V6 in it. That was 20 years old. But hey, got to do what you can do. But then we formed a generation of the Mangers, the old V6s. Well, they've either been put into Formula Holdens, which was one way to get rid of them, and the other way was to, you know, good burnout cars, and that's where the VN V6 was. But isn't it funny? Just for 2 years there, 2.5 years, Holden had the RB30, and then they lost it. Didn't use the RB30 after that. They used Buick V6s, and at least the Aussie Iron Line still survived now, and still people using the Holden V8. Power plant, which it's good to see. It's had a bit of a resurgence of late, purely because now, you know, it's either LS the world if you're a V8 guy, or a few Coyotes creeping in, which I think you'll see a few more in the next few years coming through in various combos. So the world is definitely growing horsepower on a daily basis worldwide. And Jambo fits more into that world than I think any other form of sport of drag racing in Australia, purely because it is a counterculture that grew so large, and the amount of people that ended up worshipping, either the rotary engine or the import 2Js or whatever, that this is, everyone in the world now can relate to this form of horsepower more than anything else. Here he is again. As I said, beautiful man, beautiful car. Billy has got to get the bump right, and hopefully this time it'll shift gears. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Anyone for testing? The lanes are open. The lanes are open. You can come up and have a run. If you are testing today, track is yours. All right, Billy. I mean, this has got 2,000 to the tyres potential. It does have it if it wants it, but it's all about trying to get it to work within a street car. This time it just knocks them off. It was rocking a bit there when he did let it go. I always do wonder about that. I mean, when you are trying to tame the 2,000 odd horsepower on a radial tyre, and you're trying to move, three, oh, God knows what this weighs. He's have to tell me. So anyone knows Billy Abdu? I mean, Billy can't text me right now. He'll text me later. But that thing can't be anything lighter than, say, 3,300 pounds, you would think. So when it's rocking backwards and forwards and then he lets go of the button and tries to just get that tyre to hook up, that I can see how we can break the adhesion. Sometimes the best thing to do is you come and put it beside where you just zinged and see whether or not that'll work. Nice little radial solution for every problem. Billy out the back door, 765, 178 mile an hour for the streetcar, 491.5 track, 117 in the 60 foot. It was sweet from the beginning and it was sweet all the way down. And yeah, that's a send right there. Beautiful car, 765, 178 mile an hour out the back, and that fast back is fast. He's going to love that time slip right there, honestly. I always think about when you see really good runs like that, think of the figure that you paid to get in here, and every time you see a good pass, you get chink, all right, money's worth, chink, money's worth. Before too long, you're just realising we don't ask these people to perform this way. They just want to perform this way. They build these cars or build these things with expectations to go quick or run a number or whatever. When we see them actually racing competition to win the Billet J for Sunday, all of it turns into it's a freedom of expression, but it ends up being pretty much a sword fight. Just the good races with the best luck or the best professionalism. You can throw it all out the window sometimes when you're going drag racing side by side and you're looking for win lights. And Jambo offers all of that. We're going to see the big numbers. We're going to see who ends up in the winner's circle on Sunday, because it's not easy to win one. Never. The script will be flipped a gazillion times in the next few days. I mean, we're only testing, so we're not talking up any early pressure here or anything. We're just going to let the horsepower breathe for the next few hours. And when we do get into that qualifying time this afternoon, there's also rivals. There's the rivals match racing happening as well. So you may have heard about that. We've got those stats coming up to us here. We asked people online, who would you like to see race? And they threw out a few scenarios. And yeah, there's going to be a couple of little match races later on tonight during quali. And yeah, just that extra bit of spice for a Friday this year. It just hopefully takes the edge off tomorrow, because we know Saturday just becomes this big epic day when all the show and shine. We're basically going to fill the joint tomorrow with everything that we turn on Saturday morning. All the prep we're doing now to make sure that's ready to just go bang tomorrow morning. Good to get some of that racing element and testing element out of the way Friday. Arvo, throw a quali in there and just give everyone a bit more breathing space tomorrow. But, you know, it is almost like a family reunion. Every time you turn up at Jamboree, you've got your southern teams that, you know, they don't bring their equipment out, you know, every 6 weeks. They prep a lot of times just for these events, for Jambo. Whether we, you know, back at the Bend, we've had Jambo at the Bend, we've had it in Sydney this year, they all turn up. And then, you know, Brisbane, you'd be mad not to turn up. It is the big one. It is the metric mecca. It's the one that we've seen build, you know, the roots are in here 36 years, and the sport has gone way more than we probably ever thought we'd see. But every year it just continues to give us, put us away, you don't go home saying it was boring, do you? And that's not speaking too soon, but the amount of horsepower everyone's brought, almost guaranteed not to be boring. Even our, you know, all our all-motor cars, I mean, you know, they're not 1,000 horsepower, they're not 500 horsepower. Some of them are a couple of hundred, but you can't tell me that's not fun. Gear banging Aspo 13Bs in the 11s. It's good that we've still got that sort of direct link back to what Jambo was 35 years ago, exactly those sorts of cars. But there are a celebration of whatever personal horsepower you've managed to accumulate over the years. And some people are happy with, you know, you're probably sitting there going, I'm happy with my 240 horsepower Streeter, or I'm happy with this, it does a good job. If I was going to go race car, how much would I like? Would you want 2,000 horsepower? I mean, do you know the responsibilities of even trying to run something with only 2,000 horsepower? I mean, you want a turbo and LS and ask how far you can go with one. Well, there's your 2,000, citizen. What do you want to do with it? They're not pussycats when they get to that. I mean, for 1,000 horsepower, they can be pussycats, but you'll drive your 1,000 horsepower and then realise that, oh, well, now with 1,200, it feels great. And before too long, you're using 1,500. Before too long, you're at 2,000, and then you're crying because you just broke it. So there's the 2,000 horsepower trap that can happen. So, I mean, honestly, I still say this, and I'll still live by this. The first 400 is the most fun, should be the most cheapest. If you can get a big fat fun curve under 400, I'm happy at 400, right? I can have actually more than one 400 at that. You know, you could either have one 2,000 horsepower car, would you like 4 500 horsepower cars? What do you want? Like, if you had to divide it up? Absolutely, I'm a bit tight. I'm a bit tighter. As much as if money was no object, I'd buy a lot of horsepower, but I think I'd be too scared to use it. That's why I commentate, because it's call it as it happens. Now, ladies and gentlemen, scrutineering is open for the Friday, Saturday, Sunday races, and the crew to sign in. Auditing for cars required is also open, only a very few completed. So, attention in the pits, all competitors for the event. If you want to go down to scrutineering, get it all out of the way, we encourage all of our competitors to get down to scrutineering. Of course, it's down the bottom of the track. Awaiting for cars required all the auditing. So any cars to be audited, ASAP, please. ASAP for the audited cars too. So a lot of our entrants that come in there, if there's an audit on their entry form, they've got to take the car down and we scrutineer those cars a little bit more. You know, it's not with a random one. Here we go. We've got a car in a trader spot. It's 926 OC5. So if you own a vehicle, we don't know what type of vehicle, but it's 926 OC5. Can you move the vehicle, please? It's blocking a trader spot. So you can't just park anywhere around here. You've got to be careful. 926 OC5. Can you move your car? Community service announcement live. Oh, half track 552, 860 at 140 mile an hour, and on a fair bit of limiter near the end, but 552 to half track, 137 to the 60 foot, and 860 at the end. They're not a light car, the big VFs, are they? They're big IRS setup in that still, the original IRS. It's a Mitsubishi Outlander. All right. Mitsubishi Outlander 926 OC5. 926 OC5. Can you move that Mitsubishi Outlander out more, please? If you can get your Mitsubishi Outlander out of where you are. It's dark grey. 926 OC5. Could be a rental car. 926 OC5. 926 OC5. It's a dark grey Mitsubishi Outlander. Please move it out. We are stuck for real estate here when it comes to where our traders are, where our racers are, where the crews are. There's a lot of areas here, a lot of real estate. When Willowbank turns into Jambo Zone, there's a lot of allocation stuff, folks. I just don't think you can park anywhere here if you are lucky enough to even have a pit pass to come in here. Because, again, we just don't let everyone drive up in this area behind the control tower and this side of the pits. Oh, yeah, here we go. Don't have his name up here. One of our Victorians with the 2J in the Sylvia. His name will come up tomorrow, but there's just tough stuff lurking around this country. What a beautiful Friday it is here in Brisbane, Queensland, Australia. Home of the Jamboree, the Radial State and the Winter Nationals. CMC and Dobson's amazing flying four-wheel drive circus just last weekend. That was nuts here. I mean, we send some entertainment down this track, folks, and the entertainers just turn up wanting to be a part of it. As much as they're not here to entertain, they're here to achieve Jamboree glory. They're here to climb Mount Everest, which is this event. If you are ever to be successful at Jamboree, you know you have truly made it in the world of drag racing and cool car culture. Speaking of that, there's going to be a wake-up call here shortly as our first supercharged car is about to come out. Oh my goodness, the pulse has just gone up. Even though we're about to send 2,000 plus horsepower of 2J in an S13, Johnny Ricker is up next in the Pro Mod for his first hit here on Friday. Ricker will race anyone. Whoa, look, you know what? He could almost save it if he wants to come back. No, he's gone. 136 in the 60. So, I mean, I think we're IRS in that as well. But 136 in the 60 and was starting to come out, but then just had this other little cough there. There's a few, Michael El Khoury. Thanks, Jesse. It is, yeah, the S13 Michael El Khoury. I just couldn't remember. But you're on it. Jesse's on it. We need you on it all weekend for me, Jesse. You're almost like my little virtual AI assistant, except I know that you can never be an AI assistant that smart, but you're still very good, mate. I like that you don't crap on as much as AI. That would be lovely. That would be lovely, Janie. Yeah. I certainly would, Janie, if I get the entry list down here. Being here on a Friday, of course, we're here for the call and we haven't set up all of our brief notes or brief sheets up here yet, so I don't have all the normal commentator folder. Here he is. From Point Cook in Victoria. He has run this thing a couple of times this year. Not only on big tyre like he is today, he's in Pro Mod trim today, but on radials. And the man has an insatiable appetite. It's not about making a name for himself. He just wants to race. He race anyone, and he's very, 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 very good for the sport. Johnny Ricker was out here on radials at Kenda a couple of months ago. Went 349 to the 660 on a radial in the very same car. He's got 340s in the States in Outlaw Pro Mod trim and in RVW trim. So Johnny Ricker has just about achieved Well, he's done it in America first, then he's come back to Australia. That's a big rap. Some people just go to America, race their stuff, don't bring it back. Ricker to bring it back, to race it here in his own country, and very soon at their own track, Victoria Motorsport Park. You want to see where the home of Pro Mod starts to creep up, might be down there at Victoria Motorsport Park, where Mr. Ricker, you're going to go down there to try and wipe the floor with this guy. The bollocks will be there too. You think about that. It's going to be some crazy Pro Mod stuff. All the boys will come to the yard. They love coming to Jambo. He doesn't care if it's turbo or nitrous in the other lane or a black belt in the other lane. Johnny Rick will race anyone with this blowing deal. I'm going to let this thing go. Let's have a listen. Let's just see how good that power management is on the big tyre. Paul Mahayed in behind as well. Tuff Streeters, of course, welcome here at Jamboree. First hit for Johnny Ricker here on Friday. Whoa, doggy. Whoa, doggy, you cannot believe what I'm reading here, and no one cancel the screen on me, please. It went 400 to half track. It went 932 in the 60 foot. Now, did he leave on a red light? No, he didn't. But you know what reaction time he just cut? Johnny Ricker goes 000. He'll race the tree, Johnny Ricker. He went unbelievable, unbelievable. I'd like to believe Johnny might say it's a fluke, but 000 went 932 in the 60, and it was starting to go towards the wall. It was climbing. It came out. It was just starting to move towards the wall. That was the little pedal by Johnny as it started to do that. And then he rolled off. It went 400 to half track and 932 in the 60. But the 000 off the pro tree, Mr. Ricker. Don't forget, anyone racing in Jambo tomorrow or even quali today, if you've got to be scrutineered, you've still got to go down to the scrutineering shed to get all your sign-in, get all your wristbands, get all your stickers, your accreditation, everything you need to function within this venue for the next couple of days as a race team. You need accreditation. We need to sign you in, armband you in, checking licences, all that stuff. We've got to do all of that to make sure, and we want to process all that, as many as we can today. If you're here, don't worry about the rush will be tomorrow, obviously, so get it done today. There'll be a lot of people probably coming up this afternoon, being Friday Arvo, that'll probably hopefully do the same, so spread the word. All right, here we go. Could be some Barra on here. Race Solutions Performance on the side. Quite the raspy Barra. 887 at 156 mile an hour for the utility. 139 in the 60 foot. And getting it done. 572 at half track. So, nice work from the Falcon Ute. Our first Barras of the day. So everyone's starting to warm up for the testing today. I mean, here was Johnny Ricker at 9:54 a.m. I had to look. I thought, what are you doing? When would you ever think that at 9:54 a.m. on a Friday morning that you're going to see Johnny Ricker and one of the world's baddest pro mods have a crack down the track? It's great times that we live in that we can do that in this beautiful country, in this beautiful track, with these beautiful people and these beautiful cars. Oh. All right, I'm going to ask AI Jesse Ferguson, can you tell me what is in this VN? I mean, wouldn't it be funny if it was an Ecotech? It's got a six-banger note to it, but which sixer? Could be a V6. VNT 747, the licence plate, and 1988, celebration of the Commodore. Yeah, it just went a little ugly after it left the line there. It was starting to miss, and not so much luck this time for the VN. So that'll be the start of a Jambo tail. Ironing out the bugs. We've seen it before in the past, just guys and girls having either good luck and then run into bad luck, or get some adversity, overcome it, and get into those Jamboree finals. It's sometimes it's not an easy day. Jesse Ferguson reckons, Jesse Ferguson AI says that it sounds like a Barra. Okay. Well, someone else comes up with the idea or the truth. So we'll see the VN. Is that you, Jolie, out there? Is that you? Junior Burnsy out there. Chip off the old block. Look at you, there's stalking the line. A slightly taller, thinner, better-looking version of your old man. King on the TIG, all the deal. Like, honestly, chassis gun much. And there we go. VN has an RB30. Thank you, Rob. There we go. So we did get to it. It was Rob Harrington AI that got us that one. VN has an RB30, which should be a nice thing to see in that. That's basically taking the VL engine and keeping it in the VN, which maybe, honestly, go and have a look at that car and say, well, this is what Holden probably should have done back in 1988. Instead of putting the dirty old V6 in it, they could have kept the RB30 in it. There's a version. This guy's built a version of what that could have been if Holden went so silly and ditched it. The RB30 is still going to live on for a long time. And someone sent me, if you're on a couple of different quirky, Facebook groups or whatever like that, and there's an inline 6 one there which, has got a whole mix of different things. Not really anything to do with 2Js, but just all the old inline 6s like the Chevys and the Fords, and they're in these beautiful old cars and cranky old things. There's this Dodge Dart there that runs nearly high 10s with a cranky slant 6 in it. And you just look at this thing and you go, well, mate, that thing should live 100 years. It's already 60 plus years old. I think actually someone will be able to, where's our AI intelligence to tell me exactly how old that first Chrysler 6-cylinder was, the slant. Because that thing can still make horsepower even today, and you can make that same horsepower technically for 100 years. As long as you don't use, you can boost them. And that's what, actually that'll be, someone will tell us that too. Who's won the quickest one of them in the world? It'll be 7s out of a slant. There's a new challenge for someone. Almost let you run it there at Jamboree. If you put EFI turbo and blower on it, we've got to let you in. The way that we make horsepower in this country is just about infinite when it comes to drag racing. We've got just about every corner covered, from pump gasoline to E85 to methanol. Probably no nitro in there. You just have to check some of those all-motor guys just in case there's a bit of pop in there. But might bring a rule submission in, actually. We're allowed 15% nitro in all-motor. That'd be all right, wouldn't it? Might get a few more people in all-motor. There'd be 28 people in all-motor because you're allowed to run a bit of nitro, and they've already got this bloke building one down the front here. Ain't ya? I can see what you're doing on a Friday. Not working. That's good to see, though. Hands up all those people that should have been working today. Hands up all those people that you should have been working today, but you're not. Hands up who doesn't regret the decision. I don't regret the decision. If you need me to call you in on a sickie, just give me the number, I'll call you in. It can be very convincing when I've got to call in a sickie to someone else. Be good business that, wouldn't it? Dial a sickie, $4.99. So she'd be busy between 4 a.m. and 8 a.m, wouldn't it? Just everyone ringing up. Can you ring me, boss? All right. This is Dr. Charles Livingston, and I've just been surveying this guy, and I recommend that you definitely shouldn't be having him come into work today. Okay, no worries. Who are you again? Beep, hang up. There you go. So, called in. Ching, ching. Good idea. Like 7-second slant 6s. Just the ideas will just keep pouring out over the weekend. There's just no end to the creativity that Jambo creates. So good that this weekend our show and shine tomorrow will be brought to us by Joel's Garage Gear and, of course, one of our great associate partners at Jambo, Tuff Streeters. They're setting up here already. You've got it all set up there. I can see Tuff Streeters down there with all their gear. And, I think they'll be also very, very happy when we get that home of drag racing down in Victoria, because it would be a... I mean, you can see what they did at Calder Park when you just did the events at Calder Park, just how many people support it and are connected to the car culture through Tuff Streeters. And, I mean, what a concept where you can, honestly, these days, if anyone out there thinks that they can afford to build, you know, a car of supreme show quality, then you know how much that stuff's going to cost. And sometimes I think the only reality in the future will be to win one. And, I mean, Tuff Streeters, that's where it sort of lies. Because you're then taking a car like that. What would you do if you won that? You're right in that culture if you're not there already. And I think the combination of our subscribers from Tuff Streeters, Victoria Motorsport Park, I think there's a lot to be done between that and them. That would just be... I always said, wouldn't it be fun if they gave a car away at the drag strip? Then it'd be like, oh, well, everyone will have to be there for that. And some great ideas came up about that. So there we go. So that's the idea there. That's... Thank you for that, Rob Harrington. So the VN with the RB30 is actually a mate of Rob Harrington's from Emerald. So there we go. So somewhere out in the back of Emerald, the VN Commodore that should have been done by Holden has been done by this bloke in Emerald. And that's to keep the RB30 in a VN instead of getting out of it when the VL came along. All right, just setting a few more things up there. So I'm reading all the different text here. So we've got our logistics crew and all of our mega crew that are all communicating with each other, and stuff's getting set up, stuff's getting moved. There we go. Are you serious, Jesse Ferguson AI? He reckons that because I used Rob Harrington AI and Jesse Ferguson AI, that out of those two coincidences, you know, there's a coincidence between those two that helped me. They're both born on the same day, June 17th. So that's not a sign that the old planets align around here. And that's one day before you. Well, now it all makes sense now, mate. This is what happens when, what do they call that? All the universes collide. All the stars align, that's what it is. All the stars align. Speaking of all the stars align, this is one car that we all hope will have all its stars align again. And sometimes it's just one pass away from doing that. That's why they're out here. Going to have a crack at this. They are not going to give up on this thing too soon. It's still one of our OG Sport Compact kings in this sport. And always been given Jambo its full attention when it's time. Of course, talking about Rod Harvey from NZ. A few Kiwis here this weekend. We've got Barry Plumpton down there with 959 cubes of PET. So he's got PET Musi horsepower. Rod Harvey here, of course, Billet 2J. The Yuasa battery Supra has never looked better than it does. It just is the ultimate marquee car for Factory Extreme. It is pretty much, you know, proud to call it, you know, part of the Aussie scene, cars of this quality. Proudly got that silver fern on the back as well, right from the very first burnout. Here she is. Get on. Come on for a chat.
Oh, I don't know.
See how you go, eh? See how you go. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, yeah, thank you. Oh, in numerical order. Oh, lovely. That's today's testing. Lovely. Thank you for that. So here he is. New Zealand's Rod Harvey from Pakuranga in New Zealand. Another thing that Barry Plumpton and Rod Harvey have in common, they're builders. So they're in the construction industry in New Zealand. So when they come off site and they head to Australia and they run these machines down here at Willowbank Raceway. So there's been some promise in the first half. It's still like that last 10th and a half between banging the tyres off in tyre shake and getting it out there properly is just all in that clutch can. I'm sure the rest of it can take care of itself. Rod's been steering this thing for a long time, and it is the ultimate evolution for Rod. He just wants to keep a clutch in the car and all the fruit that he believes in. It's not quite ready yet to go and put a converter in it, obviously. Benny Bray at the door there. I think, Rod wouldn't have raced as much if it wasn't for the support from the Brays over the years. It was a... Ben, of course, bought Rod's old Datsun 1200. And, that bond was formed from there. That's got 20 plus years ago now. Absolutely. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, he's back. 592, 213. Rod Harvey, 980 in the 60-foot, 389 to half track, 200 at half track, and a 592, 213. I think we've clicked that early too. I mean, I was watching it disappear down the track. Can't hear it from here, of course, they're so quiet, but geez, that looked the goods. Power management on point, hit the tyre properly. Like it just... You can almost hear a little bog. It's almost like, well, that caught enough tyre. Power managed through that big tyre. No shake through that area, as we said in the 0.9 60 foots there, like 9.8 60 foot. So that's perfect. Now, don't change that. Keep that. Don't need anything more. That'll do the whole weekend, I reckon. The thing is the bog. Sometimes I think they're on the anti-lag. He brings that in so soft now that... isn't it amazing? All the preparation you do for a run and you drag that clutch and it's game over, and then all that hard work, a lesser man than Rod Harvey would have probably given up on the beast sometimes, but it passes like that where he gets to fully send, and that's not all the way out the back, because he'd go 260 plus out the back, we know that. Next run she might be that, but not for now. All right, so entrant, was that 8047, is it? Oh yeah, that's Michael Ondrovich. And that's the VL. Oh, thank you, sis. Yeah, thank you for that. Pace yourself, pace yourself. I didn't bring those margaritas out, not today. All right, two big pops near half track, and it goes through 496 to half track, 843 at the end, 1, 2, 3 in the 60. Couple of white things came out on the hit. It went 1, 2, 3 in the 60. 1, 2, 3 in the 60, and 498 to half track, and it just sort of had a big pop. Whether it's, and you never know these days. I mean, that could be a boost cut. It could be he could have split the block. These days, you never know. Can be a boost cut. The thing's back in 30 minutes for another run, or it splits the block in half. You know what I mean? Like. It's Jambo. You could be prepared from everything from a boost cut to it splitting itself in half. Yeah, we ain't talking over that. We ain't talking over Dib Taul's gorgeous 20B, our first 20B of the day there. I'm just watching the girls down here on the fence just lapping up the smoke down here. The ladies are eating the smoke up like they love it. Girl, that's going to be in your hair later. You know that. You'll be smelling burnouts all night. You'll go home in the car and you go, burnouts in my hair. Careful, careful. That might be the new secret weapon to turn a guy on in the future. Turn up at a nightclub smelling like a burnout. You'll have too many blokes. You'll be too many blokes. The new fragrance for girls, it's called Nikki Thompson's Smoke Supreme. I don't know. No, they do it on a Aussie or Random. Now, we can't get reverse here, Dib. There is some issue here. Or something might have locked up. We don't know. But he did go to neutral. You hear him revving it in neutral and then trying to now find reverse. And now they are looking at something under the car there. So that, who knows what that might be there, whether we might need to tilt tray that or speed jack that. Oh no, something's come off, so it's almost like it's almost like a sway bar or something that's on the back of that. Looks like it. Interesting. Okay. That he might have known, yeah, okay, we need something. So some of that rear suspension has come loose or done something there that, whether he knew or heard something happen then, that that made him just stop and not come back. Because, yeah, that might have been catastrophic if he was to come back, reverse over, whatever sort of was broken in that thing. So, yeah, we won't be sending anyone else just soon while we got this RX-7 out there. Almost got to be tilt tray material. I don't know what the boys need. I mean, if they had speed jacks or whatever, that might have been able to jack the back up. But if the suspension's kind of done what it's done, who knows? They might be going to just try and tie something up there so they can get it back. Tell you what, while we're just under this RX-7, hopefully they can push that back. But obviously not running it after that. That's sounded good, but there's something suspension-wise, looked like it might have broken a bracket off or something. Having a look at all the entries that we've got here just for testing. I mean, we've got different categories, like we've got some for Street 289, which is out there right now, Dib Tool, so Street 289 is traditional Jambo class, small tyre class, 28x9 tyre. So you'll see a whole lot of different cars out here on a 28.9 when you hear us talking about Street 28.9 or Street 289. Another one there, Sam Constantinou will come out in the same class, testing today. Pat Long's in there, he's testing today. Just looking at all the Street 289 cars today. Jesse Murphy's booked in to do some testing today in his Street 289. Eric Sligo, one of the quickest 28.9 cars in the country into those low 7-second zone. He's booked in to test today too. Who else in Street 289? That's about it. So you'll get a fair cross-section of what Street 289 is all about just in testing today. This is called the old Osmod or untubbed class. So it was an old school class that you couldn't come out on a 28.9 and have it tubbed. It had to be all sort of standard wheel arch and everything. It's funny talking about some of the routes that have come through into these Jamboree classes from the early days. And it's good that we keep these. And no other rule book in the world that you could pick up for drag racing's got what Jambo's got for rules. And our categories are our own, top to bottom. Our rules, our day, our rules. And you see so many different ways to party. You might want to be in modified 10.5. You've got to run a 10.5 tyre or smaller. All motor, of course, you've got to be naturally aspirated, 4, 5 and 6 cylinder, and 2 rotor and 3 rotor. And yes, we will probably let in the odd 4 rotor if there was one there, NA. Then you've got Pro Compact, modified compact, which is, Pro Compact's heads up Pro Tree. 6-second performance out of those with 13 Bs and 4 cylinders. And can't wait to see the Osmonds Mitsubishi Evo drag car that ran a 670 here yesterday for the 4-cylinder guys in Pro Compact. See if I can find him on the entry list. All right, here we go. One of the quickest... one of the quickest 6-cylinder Pro mods in the world, whether you call it Factory Extreme today or anywhere else you'd want to race this thing. Robert Marjan. For the RB Nissan fans, this is Nissan through and through. Even when you look at the bodywork on it. Rob got this car built at SCF Race Cars, which of course is Craig Burns and Joel Burns, the Burns family down in Sydney, but he's given them a standard R35 body shell. So this R35 is full basically, yes, it's a shell, carbon shell, but it is the original dimensions of an R35. So everything else that you can see now in R35s can be a little bit different. And yes, he could go a different slippery way in the future, and some bodies are out there now where R35s are a little bit more generous in areas for a pro mod. But this is still, how much tyre is under the back of this damn thing? Like, I mean, it's the ultimate apex predator when it comes to Nissan import racing. I mean, it is it. It's into the 560 zone. One before too long in the 550 zone. RBs have never been in the 550s yet. 2J's the only one that's done that, and the 540s. But RBs, they'll get there. It's going to come from Australia, the next RB ET. I think that'll rock the world. And if the conditions are right by the end of the weekend, I'm sure Rob can probably get it there. Now, he's got a pedal clutch in this thing now. He's back to a clutch. So they're a glutton for punishment, but that's where they believe they can go real quick with a clutch. He's tried an auto before. Billet RB, here we go. Yes, boy, 574, 251 mile an hour. 574, 251 mile an hour. 985 in the 60, 380 to half track. 985 in the 60, 388 to half track, and they're flicking the screen real quick upstairs, so I can't get the rest of it or survey the rest of it. But it just came in with all that anti-lag and the RPM, and you could see it popping. Everyone at the fence is sort of reeling back from the two-step. I mean, it's theatre, mate. It is theatre. These cars have a theatre about them before they go, and then when they go, man, 250 mile an hour in 5.7 seconds. Now we're going to see a Corolla perform amazing feats with its Combo 2. Will Yarwood, drag and drive car. He'll be doing the 5-day drag challenge down there in October. Street Machine. Just looking for another gear there. It sounds like it came out all right, screaming beautifully off the converter. 137 in the 60 foot, but then not another gear. Not another gear change there for Will Yarwood. So another little bug to try and check out. All right, 4933. This is Luke Dowdy. Now this is I think a cranky LS, supercharged LS in this Camaro. It's got its own little thing going on, this thing. The Brisbane Civil Camaro. None other than John Canooly at the front there guiding Luke into stage. Had this car for a while. Him and his dad have had it for a bit. And Luke will be probably in the extreme class this weekend. Sounds good. Shoots out 841, 158 mile an hour, half track, 535, 60 foot, 118. So came out of the hole, 118 in the 60 foot. Did everything right. 535 at half track, and then 841 at 158. All right, 8355. Sharif Tawaf, this is. Cranky LS in this thing. Ah, righto, so that's what it was for Dib. Didn't quite see that. It was actually the wheelie bars that came off. So Dib's wheelie bars came off on the RX-7. Thank you, Janie. I just saw that. My phone service is a little bit slow today. A bit laggy. All the horsepower getting sucked out of the place here. Cranky supercharged VF GTS. Sharif Tuff. Just hits the tyre, and yeah, off he goes. As we said to some of our, or said it over the PA before, that if you are a testing entrant today and you do have a little thing like that happen, if you do get on the picks pretty early and stop and come back, you probably get a little reset there. Thanks, Dave Reed. Drag photos. Solid wheelie, does it? So work those wheelie goes. All right, from one blowing LS to another. Now, this would be Brett Colesback driving it, you would assume, or it could be Andy. Last weekend, this car, of course, built by Spot On Performance. It's got an LSA in the RX-8. Street car, does a bit of try and do a bit of drag and drive in the future with it. Last weekend, Andy double entered this car in Outlaw 275 and in Radial Renegade 550, and he was hot lapping this RX-8 only 6 days ago down at Mackay. So this thing got absolutely tested last weekend at Mackay, running 2 times around, probably 10, 12 passes in this thing. So I don't know whether Andy's back in it, whether Andy's driving it today or whether Brent gets back in it. Brent's got the RX-7 here today though too. He just hit the tyre off the start line there and decided to back off. But folks, hopefully next time he runs that thing, we're not going to talk over it because it's got a hell of a nice exhaust system on it. I mean, that's got a really sweet note about it, and it deserves to be singing through the air here on a Queensland Friday morning. I mean, it's only 25 past 10 on a Friday morning, and it feels like Christmas already. Oh, okay. So Andy, Brent, bro, did get it back, and you're in the OG hatchback. All right. So you're in the Grantley's today. So there we go. Keeping doing laps every weekend by the look of it, Colesy, for the moment. Good old school Gem. Here we go. Let's have a look at this thing. It goes 1269 at 97 mile an hour. That ain't mucking around. If you were to go back to the 80s or the late 70s and we're running 12s with the Gemini, you'd be blowing a lot of V8s away. But they're very much entrenched into Jambo history, the Gems. And I think here in 2026, we've got quite a couple of examples that are going to come out of the Holden Gemini throughout today, tomorrow, both in the show and shine. I'm sure the old one will turn up, plus what goes down the drag strip. And look, if you've been watching drag racing over in Brazil, and there's a lot of places we're racing, they run a version called the Chevette, which is basically their version of the Gemini. But our little Aussie Geminis, we got the Isuzu motor, which we still see now 7-second versions of that Isuzu G-Series engine in Geminis that you could still put on the street. That's the thing about the Geminis. You could make all that horsepower out of a small car and still street it every day. And we saw that for all of our 4-cylinder turbo boys. They all got the same advantage of doing what the Geminis do. There's a few guys in the old Datsun tents up there now. There's all the Datto boys are there now. Chrome bumper Datsun old boys. Average age, getting sort of 50 Nelly, 50 plus. Do your age, add it up. They don't want to. Yeah, they don't want to. Yeah, so bit of Datto cred up there on the hill, cheering on the Dattos. And the little Gemini, his name was Josh Brett. So in his, what was that little TETF? Good to see a couple of those around. Now, look, I do know Mr. Dan Swanee is entered in Jambo this weekend with his creation, which he debuted at Kenda earlier on this year. Formerly SR20 powered Gemini has now come back with a nice chassis through it and twin turbo LS setup, and it's just magic to see this little car. in the flesh. So you'll find it. It'll be in the pits. I don't know exactly where Dan will be set up. I also did see some photos of another famous Gemini, famous on 10.5 tyres back in the day. The car known as Casper, which I think is now in the hands of the Carkeet family, and a rebirth of that. I saw a photo of that yesterday as well. But there'll be two of the pretty much the ultimate Gemini creations in this country that are living and breathing examples of that great car that I'm sure any people old enough out there would have remembered owning one. Silky's asking, are you putting my age in there too, Silky, to work out the average? You're asking me how old I am. How old do you think I am? No, okay, look, 56, mate, right? 5'6", put that in, 5'6". Old enough to remember when Daddos were cheap. Remember that? You've got to be old enough to get them for $200. Same with the Gemini. You get a Gemini for $400 back in the day. Now you don't get any change out of 10 to 20. Same with all the Corollas and everything. Every car that we used and abused, and guys are even talking about what they used to tear up at the speedway. And now finding these in the future will be a little bit harder. But when you've got them, you can pretty much, as a custodian of an old automobile, commit to it for the term of your natural life or its natural life. And certainly hope not too many of you say, well, when I go, I want my car buried with me. That's a waste. You've got to keep the car up above the ground, I think. It's Mick McGregor's birthday tomorrow, is it? Oh, Mick McGregor's birthday tomorrow. Happy T-Bar birthday Saturday morning. Shall we put you on the stage tomorrow morning down there? Happy birthday to T-Bar. I'm going to buy a clutch pedal for your birthday. Speaking of clutch pedals, this guy, he came over from WA to do Kenda. It's got an RB30 in it. It's a wild deal, and I think we gave him commentator's choice because it was just such a commitment to come over with this thing, and he stayed for Jambo. Jesse Murphy, I just want you to get this RB30 stick shift thing to work. Oh. No, I think you just knocked the tyres off it, Jesse. I don't think you broke anything, but look, he's just going to check. But that is on a radial too. He came to Kenda with that thing, and just like most high horsepower stick shift cars, if you're going to run on that radial, there is that sort of, that magic point where you can get that tyre to dead hook or somehow drive it while it's spinning. But when you do get that dead hook on a manual car, it sometimes doesn't go well. And you think he's either thought he might have broken something or he's just erring on the side of caution. And when you do have enough horsepower through a stick shift, you've got to start thinking of everything else, right? From input shafts, clutches, braking anything within the gearbox, let alone the universal joints or the diff pinion or a stub axle if you're independent suspension. So there's about 4 or 5 different places in a stick shift car that you've got to be right on because you'll end up breaking that bit too. But Jesse, I was hoping you didn't break anything, mate. I was really hoping you didn't break anything then. It's a mint little car. It's a mint little setup. When he was absolutely chuffed when we gave him, I think we gave him an answer's choice. I can't remember, but yeah, we were so stoked that he made all the trip over from WA to come and give Kenda a go and decided to stay for Jambo. There's another racer here, Matty Lampard, licence plate Lumper. Of course, he'll be running in J275. He was up here for All-Stars 5+ weeks ago. So he brought his, 4,000-pound, 7-second Kingswood up here and ran All-Stars and ran, 7s and 4s. And he's kept it up here for Jambo, same as Jesse. So these guys are committed to, wanting to run their cars at some of the bigger events in the country on this side of the world, be it WA or whatever, or Sydney, wherever you might have come from. Crites, just dropping in. But it's just so good that people are making these lifestyle choices. And if you have chosen this as a recreation, well, yeah, by all means, set your own calendar, set your own agenda. And Jesse, I just want I want a series of really good runs for that Rodeo before too long. It's just another unique little car that, and again, I can't put a price on what it costs to buy an old Rodeo these days. I don't think it's at Datsun or Toyota levels. It's still something you can probably grab. There's so many different ways to be different. Any of those people that were here last weekend for that Dobertson's night out here, God, didn't some of that go viral? You know, wheel-standing Land Cruisers with all wheels off the ground, and talked up barra-powered Rangers. I mean, this country's scary when you give them this town's scary when you give them a drag strip. They just come out here and do all sorts of crazy things, and it's good. It's all good. We're not bagging it at all. We absolutely love the idea that people are finding different ways to send something down the track here at Willowbank. It doesn't these days. Let's face it. You're not going to go out and grab a Gemini from under someone's house and go and build an 8-second streetcar with it. Those things are a bit harder to get, but you want to put a barra in your Ranger and you're out there. Well, do that. And then there's guys that then get the bug so much that they go all super serious and go, you know what, I want something at the pointy end of proceedings, and I don't mind a 13B. From South Australia, here he is. You can hear him in the background. There is something about that energy, isn't it? Just a highly strung rotary getting revved in anticipation. There is no better raise of the pulse. There is no better raise of the pulse. I was going to wait until the guys came out, but I'll do it now. Look, thanks. The live stream, thanks by Crank Motorsport. I didn't get that up straight away. I was waiting for them to come out, and then I was going to say, hey, the stream and this and the Crank Motorsport. But all the guys in Crank Motorsport, thanks for the live stream, presenting partners. I'm happy to be here on a Friday, just like you all are, soaking up the energy. We are soaking up the energy here. Every test pass, it's all working up. As we said on Friday, different way, not as many words if we can avoid it. All engine. And folks, if you're only thinking about, if you haven't thought about coming out tomorrow or this afternoon, please do it. Come out Sunday, please. Come out if you want to see him in the flesh. Oh, Marcus, well done, well played. 102 in the 60, half track, 435, 162, an early clutch and a roll from half track, 749 at 120 mile an hour. He's been doing that. He's been nailing the short times, and 102 that time. So it came out really good. It sort of got through his gears there nice and early, so was sort of not probably giving it a real big RPM there, but you could hear him getting through the gears, a little bit short on the shift. It really helped. Got it to half track, point A to point B, and an early click here for him. Good testing here on a Friday. 10:36 a.m. Pinch yourself to think I can wake up on a Friday morning in Brisbane, drive 56 minutes out to this place and take this energy on. All right, Smithy back. 459, of course, Stephen Smith. Twin turbo 481X Corvette. Big tyre. Kevin Morton in his corner. Ricky Fenwick in his corner. Good team. RCE on the door. Big supporter there of Smithy. because he's got the radial Mustang as well. He's got a radial Mustang fastback, 481X powered, and he's got the big tyre car, the Corvette. So all he wants to do is get some sevens out of, sevens. I was about to say 570s out of it, but I think he wants to go a bit quicker than 570s. I think the pointiest Pro Mods this weekend you might see playing in the 50s even. And you can be there in the 70s and 60s. He just needs to get all this turbo horsepower out properly in the first 100 foot. Whoa, yeah, right on the cusp of tyre shake. Like, it was starting to really hassle the tyre bad, and those big bags, 102 in the 60 foot, that's sharp enough, but even just goes to prove starting to hassle that big tyre early, and instead of trying to drive through that would have just turned into more spin than shake, I think, if he stayed on it. The tyre speed was relatively low. Didn't ramp up sort of shake. We've got wild stuff going on behind. I can't even see what's behind us there. Something wild is idling behind the tower here. Oh, one of the burnout cars. God, there's enough, everywhere you look, it's crankiness everywhere. You can't see a little kitten purring in the corner. They're all wild animals. Another 13B to stir up the soul. Yeah, see, I need a bit more of that on a Friday. That 13B G up, you know, that rousting sense of earnestness. Angry earnestness. Is there such a thing as that? A nervous, angry anticipation, Dave. Welcome back.
Yeah, mate. I think it's just the sounds of Jambo, right?
Well, it's a sound. It's the predominant sound. I was just had a quick chat to Georgie Raham on the golf buggy there before, and I just need the time to do it, mate. Talking about doing something called Drag Racing Empires and doing a little mini story on using this drag strip or using a drag strip as a point from where you can build an empire from. Could you build an empire from your racing prowess at a drag strip? And there's so many different ways to do that. There's professional racing and teams, and then there's people that just kept turning up with a rotary engine and racing, and how you're able to achieve an empire through that. And that, you know, you did race on Sunday, sell on Monday. But you were the corner shop. You weren't, you were never trying to franchise anything. Whatever success you built was going to come out of your own two hands in your own shop. And it's another one. Simon Ionu with ProMatch doing the same thing in Victoria. This pack does in Sydney so well, of course, and worldwide. Oh, it had some nice bite there, but you could just see that was earlier shake than what Smithy had. Like, a minute was cranky straight away. The RPM
got up on that tyre real hard.
Didn't help either. But they just need, especially that bigger tyre car. Here's the replay. Just needs to just get a little bit of spin out of there. The clutch was just a little bit too. Yeah, just needed to work a bit more. Sometimes they either come back saying, "Oh, I should have put more in it," or "I should have taken some out of it." And a lot of times they say, "I should have put more in it." When the track's that good, sometimes those launches can be because they could have put more in it. So anyway, back to the drawing board, and look, because of that aborted pass, and if everything checks out okay, normally the turnaround time. Remember, test days like this, I mean, it's pay to play, right? It's not like, oh, look, you're an entrant at Jambo, come and test for free. Oh no, it don't work that way. No. It's not that way. It's like, if you want to win a Jambo, well, a lot of the times statistics show you probably have to test.
You've got to work for it.
Oh, Andy Coles skidding. This is, of course, Grantley Schloss's hatchback. This is kind of the car that got Grantley Schloss hooked on Kenda and radio racing, and then went to the States, bought a Nova, won the World Outlaw 275 Championship in his first season.
Flew the flag for us in
Didn't
Australia.
he? White, like he came out of nowhere for all of us. But again, it's like, oh well, it's Grantley. We know Grantley. We've seen Grantley at Kenders, but now Grantley's taken on the world, and he's got the bug to do it back here in Australia. But this weekend, of course, this was at Spot On a couple of weeks ago, getting a little freshen and a refurb. They were changing the battery in it, and I said, I bags that battery. So hopefully I'll still score a second-hand Grantley battery here for Gordito. But this is Andy Coles shaking down the hatchback for Grantley. Of course, Meals Concrete Pumping Queensland keeps the radial vanes pumping for in Grantley's heart, of course. Loving the radial stuff. How good's the Aussie hatchback look here on a Friday morning?
I was just looking at how great that looks. And
what a country to live in.
I have missed it out on track.
Oh, let's just see what happens on this. I think we're a traditional small block in this thing, I think. Don't know whether we're LS, I don't know. I should know. So yeah, he's not going to give it full speed from here, but I mean, tried it off the hit, a nice little setup off the hit, and it just knocked that tyre off it. And remember, you know, sort of first couple of hits up when you've done a revamp on the car and you've got to restart all of that again, find that baseline that works. And same deal for that car. If it's like Simon's car, if it's, you know, normally an aborted run means a quick turnaround if nothing really has to be changed on it. And as much as I love seeing an Aussie hatchback Tirana, I must admit I'm not biased. I don't mind an XF if someone wants to breathe on an XF. Because as much as the world knows what a VL Commodore was in 1986, this is Ford's version of the VL in 1986. They never had barras in them back then. They had the crossflow. Of course, the crossflow's the daddy of the barra, but this thing's will be barring it by now, I think, or in tech. Here we go. Look, 877 from the XF. Nothing to be sneezed at. 160 mile an hour. But yeah, a lot of people, you know, if anyone knows that we've rammed car culture into all the Americans and everything like that, they know what a VL is by now. But yeah, a lot of people go, well, what's the Ford equivalent? Well, the XF is exactly that. That was their transition to unleaded petrol the same time as the VL had to go to unleaded. So in first 86, when unleaded petrol came in, Holden had the RB30 and the VL, and Ford, with the alloy head Crossflow 2, was able to get the Crossflow on unleaded, the big traditional 4.1 litre, and with the alloy head. And then, of course, their EFI. Ford did their own EFI, of course, back in the day. A lot of people still using that stuff today. That's how basic it still was. It worked. So Ford did their own EFI and everything like that as well, of course. So the XF, actually, the highest tech XF was okay, except, of course, there was the VL Turbo as a factory option. Imagine if Ford, just for that one thing, brought back the old Dick Johnson special and put a TO4 on an XF and said, oh, by the way, we do Turbo Crossflow Falcons. Might have been a different game. If any of those two took that to Bathurst and didn't go V8, that could have changed history. The space-time continuum.
I'm watching very...
oh, gosh.
Watching for all the action on the side here as the Jambo crew are wrangling that big J.
Well, this is John Elfs driving this. Of course, Con and Vic, of course, from C&V Performance. And this is John. Now, remember, John had a real tough OG 275 car with a Turbo LS in it. But I didn't know John had this up his sleeve. And more info would be handy. We should know whether we are RB on board, or you think it could be that. It's got Godzilla on the side, so maybe we are proudly waving the RB flag here, if anyone can tell us about it. It's Cranked Motorsport. Of course, the live stream presented by Cranked Motorsport today. Loving that cranked purple. If they got merch today, I tell you what, old Cranked will be selling this purple merch. How good is it to see another R35 out there? And he is going to be in Factory Extreme. He's entered for Factory Extreme, so keep an eye out. Let's just have a listen to this thing go down the track. John Elfs, eh? Jambo 2026. It's just 13 minutes to 11 on a Friday morning. How good. Well, okay, I don't know. He's Johnny has got plenty of driving experience. So in this situation, no, Johnny, you just got to find reverse. There we go. Yeah, Yeah, he's no newbie to drag racing with what they've run with the VZ and everything like that. So, you know, he knows his way around some horsepower. So you see that? Johnny didn't freak out then. That's... Sometimes I think, you know, newer drivers in cars of this calibre, that it is a big, daunting experience, but Johnny's handled that really well. We haven't set the tree again, though. Anyway, still going to get the 60. Holy Durley! Half track 432. It's the 112 in the 60 and everything else it did. 740 on the early click. It was 155 mile an hour at half track. 112 in the 60. Have a little quick look at that replay there. It was all business. It was all business coming out of the hole. I didn't think he was going to get an ET because I didn't see the tree get thrown again. But, you know, it just got through the tyre there a little bit, didn't it? Shift, 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 and then clicked it at half track. Here we go. All right, I knew they'd be back. Sorry about putting the... You probably heard that on your microphone. Sorry about that. I turned my mic off. That was a highly strung... You hear that highly strung sneeze? That's what it was. That was a little...
We've been holding that one back on the line.
That was a zing. That was a zing. That wasn't a full launch. That was a zing. I'd zing the tyre. Zing the left nostril.
And we got Reese in
Tyler,
here today.
Tyler, just a little bit above your head there. Sorry, mate. It come flying out of the old schnoz there. Sorry about that. All right, Mr. Carkeet walks back. His good mate Bailey Simpson at the door. Reese Carkeet ready to go. And the family automobile, the EH Holden, 1964 on the outside. Turbo LS on the inside. Another citizen of Bump City. Oh, Carkeet!
Nice.
Half track, 493. The whole quarter, 762, 182, 1200 to the 60.
Is that the back wheels?
1200 to the 60, 493 to half track. You know, we say, talking about price of admission. Tick, take a chunk out of that. Look at the replay. Drives it out the door here too. Look at the big screen. Power wheelie, just only a foot high. Only a foot high. Another. I'll watch that again if we get that again. That's
put the loop on.
Isn't it great? Isn't it great to see a pair of EH tail lights just power steering? Power steering. It is a power steer. It's a power stand. It's a power stand.
Well, the steering got very light.
Well, it's a power stand, and he's sort of power steering, but he's not power steering. He's just holding it straight. But what a launch! What a send! 1200 to the 60 foot, 493 at half track. So that is booking.
Now, I've seen that car really launch those wheels up, so that was just perfect.
If it's a Carkeet car, it's got to get the wheels in the air. I don't think there's a Carkeet car that doesn't get the wheels up.
They've got to be happy with that, though. Didn't go too high.
Yeah, that's perfect. Leave it as it is. Now, here she is.
You can drive through it.
Here is, I don't know whether they call her still Kirsten Tucker, her maiden name, and that's when I first met her. Her and Shane, of course, the Tucker kids. Rob and Janine Tucker, the parents. So I'm not going to embarrass her, so I've noticed that she was a little girl, but now she is right where she wants to be, and that's back steering a car. She had a stint in Pro Stock for a bit, but yeah, Pro Mod time now, and she did so well yesterday.
Just a little skid. A little bit to the right there.
I'm going to say this, like I said last weekend, when Kia Matulovic was she was licensing that supercharged Mustang radial car last weekend. So here's Kia, and then here's Kirsten, and I was like, okay, so Kirsten's a bit older than Kia, but Kirsten has steered stuff before, but it's a whole new ball game when you're driving a Pro Mod, for heaven's sake. We're turning the car around a bit yesterday. In good time, and look, seat time's all important. It's about coming out, doing the same thing again over and over again. She got some wicked 60-foot hit out last night, which was good to see, but just now something with reverse perhaps. So
yeah, it's a bit of a challenge to get them into reverse. You've got to get that timing right, isn't it?
Yeah, there is a...
Could be something else, but usually you sort of still got a bit of a roll you want to pop it in there.
Well, if it's just something in the burnout there, which they can get back and fix, they'll probably just come back straight back up and have a crack. Everything else is pretty much ready to go again. It's just after the burnout, so... Going to get this thing back. Who's the bloke gets the free ride in there? Who's the bloke getting the free on? It's probably helping Kirsten out of the car. Or see, that's another thing I think would be another thing to try and get a hold of is actually sitting in these things. I mean, they can be, quite the cockpit to try and get that feeling of steering a sedan, because they are a surreal feeling when you sit in one of these cars. They are a sedan, but they are more of they do feel a bit more like a funny car in a way, except you're sitting off to the side. But I think maybe they're just saying
No, they're going to go all the way back and
are they?
reset.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they can go back there and whatever they need to fix, well, they just come straight back down, I hope. It's testing, so you can kind of have a little bit of slack. If this was qualifying or race day, you're not fixing it here, you're not doing anything other than going back to your pits. But test days like this, I think, more than able to hopefully, if they can solve a problem here, if it's something that's unknown or if they don't know exactly what it is, well then you probably go straight to the pits and pull the clip off, whatever you might have to do. But that is the joys of the Pro Mod, isn't it? You can sort of strip the things down to take the shell, take the body off them and get to anything that you need on them.
We're going to run 2 here too.
Well,
This looks like we're running 2.
Is this? Well, this isn't one of the rival races, is it, or it is?
I can see Paul with.
Well, there we are. Okay.
Fingers up saying 2. We're running 2.
All right. Well, look, as much as I don't think we've got our official rivals list sorted just yet, but you know what? Let's put gas against pack. This isn't almost snake and mongoose, but these are 2 of the, the premier Sydney teams. And isn't it a funny side story that, Josie Norelli from Gas was the rotor guy back then. Still dabbles in the rotor master, of course, from the early days of his 20B prowess at the pointy end of Sport Compact and Jamboree drag racing.
One.
Just the one? They're going to go one. Okay,
Pack's
there we
going
go.
first.
Okay, there we go. Here's Rocky holding court out the front. Is Zoran driving? Let's have a look. What's the entrance there? Is it Zoran driving? Normally Joe steers it, but Joe hasn't had a steer in a long time. It is. I reckon it's Zoran. Put big Zoran in the car. Why not? Put one of the bigger blokes in there. Why not? Man can steer. I mean, remember that orange BMW, like 6.0s with a clutch. I mean, he can drive this thing.
We saw that Jambo last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, wild driving by Zoran in the BMW. I don't think it was ever meant to be a 5-second car when it was ever first debuted here, but hey. And there we go. It was Rocky's birthday yesterday. There we are. Happy 21st, Rocky. Happy birthday, Daddy, El Papa. So Uncle Rodney Raham, got Pete Raham out the front. All right. You can see that Pete Raham's got the fire pants on, so I'd say Pac Jr. might have another test today shortly, running in Pro Compact, of course. This car as well will be in Pro Compact, so it will be nephew versus uncle in the class tomorrow. Now, he did come back a little crooked there, but they're just trying. They're just trying to organise. Yeah, they both picked it.
Over there.
No, they both picked it. Look at these guys. I never get sick of seeing these guys bring these cars to the line. Let's talk about empire building. From this drag strip, you can take whatever you want from this drag strip. It doesn't ask you for anything in return. You just want a time slip from it. And over the years, to take this form of motorsport, drag racing, Willowbank traditionally now, because of Jervo, and to still want to keep coming here, and you see, Rocky's no longer that young Rocky that used to come here. Now here's the son, and here's Rodney and George. Absolutely knee-deep in rotaries every day of their lives since, and commitment to the drag strip has seen that empire built. And they keep bringing out the flagships. The Bumblebee! All right, 102 in the 60. It started going for the wall there, just past 60 foot. 102 to the 60, and that's another one I think that you could slide back and have another crack at that shortly. Good to see. You can see Georgie with his hands device on, so I'd say not too long before even that flagship comes down. So they've always done any workshop that has a flagship that continues to come out and race for all these years. I think is the ultimate setup. once you got
We've
to
got
that.
some shots from...
Oh, here we go.
We've got cameras roaming around.
Oh, we're in the captain's pit here. Yeah, so captain's got a couple of things. I don't know what's doing with the... Is that the VL behind? I think he's got the VL.
Look at
The
tidy.
Is this the captain collection?
Yeah.
The VL Calais, yeah, well, there we go. Spooler. I wonder if that's one of the boys' cars. Would you reckon that might be Jed or Rusty's?
Oh, and look at the...
Oh, the captain's couch out there.
The couch with the live stream. Oh,
Captain
that's
might
the
just
way.
be sitting here, just going to be like Kerry Packer, sit there all weekend and just watch the event. Sit there and watch the event. No, I know he'll be out and around. Absolutely out and around. But yeah, the 35 he's had for a little while. I do love the licence plate on that. Have you seen the licence plate on that? We probably shouldn't show it. Yeah, anyway. And look at the little mini. So there's a couple of K cars. He's been collecting little K cars here.
Oh,
so,
really?
So he's got a little K car collection. There's a little fire truck there.
Good at those shots.
Yeah, it's great to see that we're test hitting. That's not Brad. Who's that on the camera?
That's young Micah. He's Michael Hall. He's
Oh, okay, yeah. We'll just call him the work experience kid.
Yeah,
Work experience
he is.
kids
Yeah,
out
he
there.
is.
Good to see. Yeah, well, that's it. A bit of colour. If he can go out and grab colour, that's what we're hoping that we can. He can sniff out a good.
I'm sure we're
Good
going to get some interviews and some chats in the pits across the weekend.
That'd be great. That'd be great. I'd love to go around and do all of that, but I know that some stage I've got to get the forehand going tomorrow or something, and he can come out and probably do that with us out there. I know Brad normally can get us from there. I know that.
We'll get multiple angles of that.
Oh, multiple angles of the.
Maybe we'll get one in the stand that you can hit
hitting to the shot cam. All I'm trying to do is, those things have got a mind of their own. Those J balls.
He might get swamped.
Those J balls are mind of their own. Those little black rubber ones. It's the send balls. It's those super bouncy lucky balls that win you the actual prize that I can crack a kilometre into the air.
Yeah, okay, you got to work for those.
I just wonder if any of them ever got handed back because maybe I hit them too far. Imagine if you're leaving Jambo on Sunday Arvo and there's this red ball in the car park. Oh, lucky ball. That was the one Diggs hit out there on Saturday. All right, Zoran Gadget, nice big burnout out there from him. Paul Mahayat at the door. Joe at the back of the wheelie bar. Steve Hardy out the front. That is a bunch of drag racing experience right there. And he's going to have a crack here. 2JZ on board. Now, look, I know Joe's always been reluctant to go billet block, whether he has ever gone billet block yet or not, whether this is, one with all the fruit. But they do pump the 2Js hard. Oh, it's doing everything right. 4:05 to half track, 6:15 at 225 mile an hour, 024 off the light, 102 in the 60, 4:05 to half track, 186 mile an hour. And I just remembered too, of course, they were doing some testing the other day, and they've got the new FT700 Fueltech in there. So,
well, they'll be pretty happy with clean data out of that run.
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If anyone's looking for a nitrous refill, can you just hold off for a moment? Dully's got to go and get a tooth pulled. So that's a public service announcement. Our nitrous refilling guy has had to go and do emergency dental surgery. So
does he have a bit of the nitrous before he goes to the dentist?
I think he had to BYO, yeah.
Yeah. Medical grade.
Once he's back, we'll let you know. Okay, so right now refills on CO2 and nitrous are on hold. God almighty, is he a Sadek or is he a Sadek?
I'm scared.
Is he a Sadek or is he a Sadek?
That was a bit of a
I
shot.
can get a replay of the burnout even. I don't normally ask for a replay of the burnout, but that was a bit of lock to lock. Wasn't it? It was. I normally never have to ask for a burnout. Look at this way, and then this way at this way.
Full set.
Jay Sadek in the burnout on a Friday. Yeah, no, poor Dully. Dully's, nothing worse than having a tooth go. Lunch to tooth on a Friday. He'll remember Jambo 2026. So once he gets that, the CO2 and nitrous refills will resume. So sorry for the temporary inconvenience, but the man's in pain. All right, Jason X first hit of the day.
plenty of people down there with a pair of pliers.
I want to see, now this is the quickest automatic rotary in the world. Could we see a 5-second auto rotary? They are sticking with the 3-speed and the lockup that works. Let this 20B eat, fill it by pack. Salupa on a Friday morning. Jay Sadek. Looks good all the way down now. 651, 197 mile an hour, 104 in the 60. Half track 420, 174 mile an hour, 651 at the end. But he ran a 38 here yesterday, I think. So the 51, that start line part is all sorted, no doubt about that. Isn't it? It's start line. It's to make sure that tyre stays hooked up. It's another one to make sure the suspension is hooked up and got the car poised correctly. And it did all of that. That body language of that car, straight out of the hole. Nice firm leave, good tyre speed, good grip, suspension locked in early. So the thing was set and comes out straight. Second, third, if they're still going through the motions of trying to get that car out and moving, and that's rocking a bit, you hit a new gear, that turns into a bigger oscillation. And that thing's nearly on the suspension again. But that thing was locked and looked really good for Jay Sadek. All right, she is back.
Back. Yep.
Come on, Kirsten. Hopefully the reverse and all that will be okay now. And a bit more stick in the skid. I know she's got a strong right foot, but she's probably got to keep John under the foot on a daily basis. I mean that with all affection, of course.
Yeah,
wives and husbands, you know. So if she puts her foot down, I'm sure Johnny's having to listen. She just needs to put more of that down there. But I think we're a screw blower on this thing too. So if it's a screw blower, they are quite slurpy on the fuel system. So, I mean, if it's a roots blowing car, you know, they're a bit more cranky underfoot. The screw blower cars can get a little bit lazy. So, you know, you're going to need probably a lot more snot in the burnout to wake the thing up. Oh, 2 wisdom teeth and a molar. So it's not just 1 tooth, he's gone for 3 teeth in the day. 3 teeth on a Friday. Thank you, Damien Boyce. The Nova is for sale. Again, if someone should get the rush of blood, buy the Nova to go racing today. I don't think you can make that transaction that quick. So yeah, honestly, you know, a few things that you do on a debut run for a car, you know, for a driver, would be that, you know, the fuel system can be a bit fat and lazy and not so angry, and just about getting laps down. So yes, that thing might be a little bit lazy in the fuel system, but cleans up pretty good. Shane Tucker out there right beside sister Kirsten. All right, John gives her one more spray in the hat, and she's just going to let this thing off the button here, hopefully. Well, I'll tell you what, you can't argue with that. 9.62 in the 60. It come out. It
pull into the centre.
It just went to the right a little bit there, but I mean, again, discretion's a great part of valour, and again, she wasn't going to take too many risks there. That was Nelly to where were we? 330 foot all. Here's the replay. Like, came out good, right, nice and strong. Just a little walk over, didn't it? Oh. Yeah, not right now, probably going to be pedalling it and getting back in it, but that's all good signs. That's some good hits.
Well, I think in the burnout too, both those burnouts, it did just steer to the right a little bit. So whether there's a few adjustments there, they'll go back, they'll have a play, and they'll come and have another test.
I'd like to actually know how quick to the 60 brother Shane's been. Assists now quicker to the 60 than how quick Shano gone to the 60.
The family, right?
Well, in those NHRA Pro Stockers, they'll go sub 1 easy, those things too, but I wonder. That's a quicker 60. I think it went 9.58 yesterday. So, I mean, it's nothing better than something sub 1 when it comes out like that. But no shake. It did everything right, and it's just starting to like that's what they do when they come out and everything's working. They can power stand and start climbing, and that was heading towards the centre line. Kerr got off it. All right, here he is again. Michael Alkuri, the 2JZ in the S13, and I do love the licence plate LOLRB.
That passenger door's obviously done a bit of
Yes.
bit of bending in top speed.
I also think, aren't they a pillarless design, some of these Japanese cars where there isn't a pillar there anyway, so it is glass up into the channel? I don't know, but there's obviously would be blowing out at 180 mile an hour. Remember, we're trying to send this at 180 mile an hour here, Michael.
Yeah, confirmation.
Whoa, I tell you, it came out. I don't know whether it knocked the tyres off it or broke something, but it came out nice. 117 in the 60. That was a nice little wheelie there too. Whether he hit the tyre after that, zinged the tyres, he's just buttoned off.
I
But
think it sounded like we had wheel stand then wheel spin.
here's the replay now. It comes out nicely here, bumps it in, and out it goes, carries him out nicely, and then just as it came off there, it's either knocked the tyre off it or neutralised, and hopefully hasn't broken anything. So a few more warming up to the testing now. That's good to see. So the staging lanes have got plenty of hustle and bustle.
Definitely looking a bit busier.
It is now that time of the day when you start to realise, well, you know, if we're going to finish, I don't know what time we're going to. I think quali's at 3. So you start doing your sums as to, well, okay, now I need to get, what do I want, 3, 4 runs? I better get cracking and get my first one in. So here they all are.
How exciting is it to have
Yes.
3 days of jam?
I know, mate. We'll be saying this on the 3rd day. We'll be there going, how good is it?
You'll have no
All
voice.
this horsepower. Oh, my God. How good is all this horsepower? We'll just be there, mate. You'll have to put some electricity through me, I think, on the 3rd day. Here he is again. So we've got 3848, which ain't on there. Then you've got, of course, our friend in the little Rodeo. That's it. Go, son. That's the best run of the Rodeo so far. Here we go. 865, thank you. 865, 160 mile an hour. So good to see Jesse Murphy. That's what we wanted. That's mega tough stick shift car. 865, 160 mile an hour in the little Rodeo, but it'd have a little bit of a haze and a huss on the way down, but whether or not we've got anything to worry about, let's hope not.
I'm hearing that the last pass, it shook so hard that it turned the isolator off.
Ah, that's what happened. But he decided to just, check anyway, which was good. So, issues there for our Cressida. Big shout out to you. Big shout out to you, Hodjo. Now, you've got the live stream on, but you've got your pushy there. Is he on the... sometimes you can have the pushy dyno where you could be on your bike and on the rollers. Are you on the rollers watching the stream? I don't know, but it is an interesting shot with this... I'm not going to say $400,000 push bike, but they do get expensive, those pushies. I was in a house the other day there where the people of the house, beautiful house, had some very nice bicycles there as well. So nice we had to put a splitty in the room so the bicycles could stay cool. So... good conditions for your Treadley. So one of our this is the Crank Motorsport R32 about to come out and have a bit of action, but we need a bit of Cressida recovery here. He's out here waiting for a mate. So the breakage diagnosis, what we are needing to fetch, let's just see, but he's perhaps unable to move the car, whatever it's done. Got a bit of colour on the live stream. Yeah, check that out. So that's a bit of Jambo for us right now. I'll get back in there. I think, what are we, 2J? Yeah, 2J in a HQ ute. Yeah, only in this country.
Here you go. Look, he's getting a shot for you.
Yeah, 2JZ in a 2JZ in a HQ ute and license plate. What did it say? Try me. What's it say? What's it say? Try why me. Try me. Yeah. But, that was at JZ Fest up at Warwick, which, again, was the first event of its kind in this country earlier on, a couple of months ago now. Golby's had their own day where they were celebrating everything to do with the JZ, so 1JZ, 2JZ. I ran in that event in my old Altered. Hoff's put a 1J in it, so I was able to race up there. And this thing was up there doing massive burnouts, this car.
It's great that, you see a bit of this when you get out and have a walk of the pits.
It's just everywhere.
Yeah, I think, you can watch them all go down the track, but when you get out there, you see what's behind the scenes. A lot of people have a chat, you get out there and have a look. It's all part of racing, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. There's the big power 2JZ Super there as well, so all in the one pit. No, that's it. I mean, your price of admission doesn't just mean you can sit in the grandstands and just watch the racing go down the track. I mean, you can just about tread anywhere you want around all the pit areas here and see where they all are. And mind you, it gets a little harder for the average pedestrian now when you do come over, because the pit area obviously now behind us here in the tower, there's a bit more room in the paddocks. So some of our racers are actually, getting their own little camp spots away from everyone. So yeah, if you really want to go and see a car you're really interested in, you might have to walk through a paddock yet to see it. Well, but it's good. It takes that congestion away from the general area.
Yeah, it is.
Because we've always had that issue. Now that the event's so big, we've got that many cars, that many people around, is that, we've probably got to let them all pit out in the outer paddock areas, which is a great place, great for races. I pitted out there at the Winners one year, and it's just the right distance away from everything. But yeah, in the pits, it's going to be everywhere. So your price of admission will allow you to go through and check some crazy stuff out. Was that a 20B in that RX2? I think it was. If we go back and have a look, let's... He's wide for sound too because he's listening to us. Well, no, she's 13B, just 13B. I saw the reservoir there for the clutch, and I thought, that was another ram tube, but it's not. It's a nice healthy IDA on a 13B there, and license plate. Thanks, mate. I think that's what that is. Thanks, mate. THX M8. Yep. Thanks, mate. And those cars, one of my first, and look, it looks like it's a Survivor car too. Look, so it's in original nick by the look of it. There's the dit and the guard. So this is original stuff, folks. People are still probably wishing to buy it right now. That this is just what randomly turns up at at Willowbank on a Friday arvo. It's even that is such a early Jambo style car. You know what I mean? We used to see plenty of them this way with a cranky ported 13B, anything from, 15 seconds down, they would run NA.
Pretty OG seat covers on there.
Got a little bit of Mexican blanket in there. I'm using a little bit of that for Gordito's dashboard, actually. I'm going all colour inside. So good to see. That is still, I'd hate to even think money-wise what that would currently be worth if you were to try and buy a car like that. Original, look, cracks in the dash. It doesn't pretend to be anything. It's not that car. It is cool in its own skin. Absolutely cool in its own skin. The original RX2 from the day. And look at that. No show car. But you know what? It makes all the right noises. It's got all the right shape. I call it rolling superannuation. Like this is super you can drive around in, and enjoy.
He's finding us lots of stuff down there to check out, isn't he?
Well, put it this way: we just saw every dint in that RX2. I can tell you that. Oh, this is our other KE20. Australia's got the toughest KE20s in existence. And what are we in here? I think we're an RB in there. Let's have a look at the roll-up car. We go in for the dive as the we are the mighty RB in there. So we just got it everywhere, Dave. We got it everywhere. Survivor street cars, Corolla weaponry of all times. Australia, we've got probably the world's most killerest Corollas. You look at this ones like this, or Hoffs or Guy Kings, and they also seem to be really tough in those bamboo and yellow colours, don't they? I mean, Yarwood's got that beautiful blue one now as well. So they are everywhere. And again, it'll be one time you will remember a family member may have owned one. My auntie owned one of these Corollas, a KE20, beautiful little car back then. Try and grab one now in any sort of stock or running condition. It's ridiculous how much they are worth. But again, another car that if it's saved and looked after, should last 100 years. The old KE20. All right, so a little bit of A little bit of mop action. Even Brad's into the mop. What's Brad doing in the mop there?
Our cameraman.
Yeah, but instead of filming people mopping, Brad's decided to go out there and try this mopping on. He might adopt that when he goes home, that mop action. You know,
He has a laugh at that one.
He'll go home and his missus will go, "Oh, Brad, I saw how you did the racetrack. I think it's your time to do the kitchen and bathrooms." But he's not bad on it. So, yeah, look, tiny little driplets, whatever that is, out of that car just then. We match those tiny little driplets with tiny little driplets of, well, you can say acetone, I say thinners, you know, a bit of a mix, could be a magic mix there, but all that's
Camera lens cleaner.
Yeah, well, could it be a bit of that? Is it that strong?
It's clean plenty of camera lenses.
Is it?
I can
Is
tell
it that
you.
is it that
You've got to get that
strong,
rubber and fuel off those off the start line camera.
All right, so look, we're coming in for a sled drag here over the top of that. Oh, really? Is
It may not be the best for the camera over the life of it, but you've got to get the rubber and that off that lens sometimes.
It's pretty strong. So,
it does the job. It does the job. I am impressed of our pit camera. He's right down there behind the corporate tower. You know, we've actually got the receiver of that in Group 1.
Well, we might finally get to see every car at Jambo. For all this time we've been wanting to see every car at Jambo, we just might have the kid to do it for us. Of course, early Salika, another celebration of 1970s Toyota. Of course, normal Jambo, obligatory swag setups. This is Stephen Johnson's beautiful Salika here. Of course, he's been running in street compact for many, many years, I think. Which one?
Brad, we're lucky because Brad's been out here all week running fibre cable all over the place so that we could get this extra camera angles and bring a bit of extra footage.
He's doing well. As you can see, that it really does turn into a bit of a festival, doesn't it? It's recreation. You see the caravans all set up, the camps are set up for Jambo. Everyone comes and gets a camping spot. And your pit area. So I mean, there's nothing. Look at this old school one over there.
Canvas annex.
There is nothing better than a drag racing setup when when everyone will choose to race their various way.
It's not that old a van.
For your Jambo attack.
Comfy.
Some people it's just a couple of marquees and swag. Some people sometimes it's the caravan or the camper. Good size enclosed trailers are perfect motel rooms. But a lot of people still just swag it out. I mean,
I usually bring the van out and park up and
warm campfire, a couple of ales after racing, and there is no better feeling than tucking into your swag all nice and cosy, knowing that you will be woken up either during the night by other people who are partying harder than you are.
Team?
Oh yeah, Rob Cady there. They're either partying too hard or woken up too early. Someone's fixing something too early. But you can never.
I'm doing the drive home this weekend just because I've got a tendency to stay up too late and then be way too tired.
Me too. I mean, you know what we're
working
like.
hard.
Social butterflies. Here we go. Bit of detailing here. Got the RX8. Oh, 20B on board. I think I saw this thing cruising around the pits there before. It's a cranking machine with that 20B in it. It does look schmick. It could go in that Joel's garage gear show and shine. I'm sure of it.
There's just a little spot there on the left you missed. No.
So another one from CQ Rotary. So it's safe to say that might be a Queensland RX8. I can't see the plates on it, but the Queenslanders, yes.
Was that a thumb up?
Queensland Rotors. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Beautiful setup. Yeah, he's getting the roam out there for us. Yeah, maybe we can finally see every vehicle here. And there we go. There's the plates. A Radic. Yeah, well, I mean, that's not cop bait, is it? You know, a cranky 20B and an RX8. Yeah, the cops would never suspect it. Lovely setup. Lovely setup. Just another one of the many good folks that come to Jamboree that just their prides and joys. It is that big gathering place. And again, Willowbank, we've got
those wheels really suit it too.
Oh yeah, check that out. Got the little racer shifter in it. So Cogger 20B turbo Cogger. Big cranky thing. But yeah, just where people come and gather, and if you've never been to Willowbank Raceway, come and see it in the flesh. I mean, we're not going to say we're in full regional Australia. Yes, we are just outside Ipswich. We are on the Western Plains, part of the Western Downs pretty much, on the Cunningham Highway. But isn't it great that you can set up a pit area near a tree? You can still set up under a tree a lot of the places here. You look at that beautiful view of the ranges in the background. I mean, we are in a beautiful part of the world. There's the Cunningham Highway at the back there. And
that's a great shot.
Well, I'm sure we're going to have a little bit more of that filled in by tomorrow out the back. I love that other angle that we see where the Ferris wheel's up. That's right, we got the Ferris wheel. That's still there. You've got the Monster J up, of course, as well. You just see it off, not quite on camera. Look at the massive Joel's Garage gear.
We'll see if Trev swings that angle around a little bit to spot
the big J will be there. That is a good shot from there.
Oh, there it is.
There we go, the big J and our Ferris wheel. Doesn't that really sort of give you that background? You've got the beautiful mountain ranges there. Then you've got all this festivities happening here at Jambo. It's a real...
SuperCheap, Trader Alley. We've got Joel's Garage gear. See the Tuff Streeters 10.
Yeah, no, that's it's scrubbing up nice. It is scrubbing up nice. I tell you, as much as I'd love the idea of everyone still being able to hang around right off the front here and see the burnouts right up close, I don't mind that we do. Just sort of, I know people are missing out on a real cracking view, but it also helps us get a few more into the stands when it's happening and allow us to set up little areas where we want to frame up our event. So that space has been good for framing up our event. And if you want to get up close and personal, well, you've got things like the Oceania Corporate Club. You've got just a little spot right in front of the main tower here. I can see a few of up against the fence. And I love calling Jambo from this level of the tower. Up top, I do love it, of course, the traditional area up top. But I'm in the middle, we're in that middle there of the SuperCheap Auto Tower. Not quite at ground level, the perfect three-quarter view out through the glass of the start line here at Willowbank. It is really an absolute treat to be able to do this on a weekday, 24 past 11. We are testing for a few more hours just yet. And here is all action there for the RX-8, the RX-9 coming into the water. We've got got Johnny Ricker back for another run shortly by the look of that. But all eyes now on the RX-9 as Georgie Rahayem gets down to business. 20B. And you get that traditional George Rahayem burnout. The day Georgie does a short burnout, I'll be, what's wrong? What's up, George? You're going soft. I did tell him this morning too, I love that. Pac's got a social media presence now where they actually just film George in the workshop, and George is so presentable when he talks. And I mean, when you hear him talk, you've got to listen because this is the business they do every day so well. Big brake, he was talking about big brake kits for street cars that he does now. A lot of their street cars, they do paddle shift for the auto, air conditioning, sound systems. Like the ultimate car, they're building ultimate cars on a day-to-day basis with rotaries in them for whoever wants them, and the whole world wants them. There we go. We've got brother Rocky at the near door and his nephew, Pete Rahayem, and there's, of course, his sister-in-law in the back, Rocky's wife, Karen. Georgie's wife just off to the corner there. No 20B sounds sweeter than this thing. Let's count the gears. It might have the 7-speed Liberty in it. But it's got a clutch pedal in it too. Whoa, just all the power.
It was violent.
All the power in the world straight off the launch, and it just did not want to keep that big tyre stuck. Oh, look at the reaction from everyone on the fence here. We're talking about having an up-close and personal experience. How's your Jambo, those guys down the corner, how's your Jambo experience going so far? When that thing goes up on the chip, eh? Oh, my goodness, what a reaction. But, all the horsepower in the world, and it just spins those big tyres around. Now, look, something obviously happened last year, which we've got to talk about because... Georgie had a big crash with this thing last year down in Adelaide. Might even be, it can't be 2 years ago, but where it did something similar at the beginning. It shook the tyres pretty hard. He pedalled it, then got on it, and a bit further down the track, I think it was the drive shaft that broke and basically forced the car to crash and catch on fire. But just goes to show and appreciate just, with tyre shake, these days a few guys are using carbon fibre tail shafts and everything like that, but just that whole drive line, you rattle the big tyres on these cars. I mean, they got to if they didn't know that already before that accident, they all know now that you shake stuff in that car, you've got to check all that stuff. We've got the air show on up there, have we?
I think so.
We've got the air. Someone's looking up at the sky there. And that's another great thing about Willowbank. We've got the RAF base not too far, so more or not on any, especially weekdays. Weekdays around here is hectic in the sky. Right, that's one thing that if you live locally, you know it. If you live near Amberley Air Base, where we are, it's a daily routine of the week for the pilots to be flying either the cargo planes or the fighters. And go out and do their training through the Lockyer Valley. What a gig. Once you get to that level, imagine that for your gig. And then, of course, we've got all the other horsepower just up the street here. All right, another one of our cranked Motorsport R32s, entrant 7232. That is Sam Fakhri. And this R32 GTR, twin chutes on the back for a reason. It's probably going to go 200 mile an hour. The GTR platform, boy, oh boy, don't Aussies do it so good. We inherited this car on Aussie racetracks initially to people not liking the car because it was going to beat all of our domestic touring cars in the Group A era. When Gibson Motorsport brought it to Australia and raced it. Since then, we've never taken the foot off the pedal on R32s.
Pedal there.
Well, one big sand, 715 at 175 mile an hour, 124 in the 60, half track 465 at 164 mile an hour, but just to let it eat, just to let it sing. I ran a 694 by the look of it yesterday, by the look of it. So, yeah, it's needing twin chutes for a reason. Told you we don't have the baddest Corollas in the world, the baddest GTRs in the world, the baddest Nissans in the world. We've just about got it all when it comes to this equipment, this machinery. And love seeing it. Love seeing them all do it. It is an absolute treat. All right, speaking of absolute treats, the biggest cubes here in Jambo. I don't even have to crunch the numbers. I don't need to re-look at an entry list. When this guy turns up at Jambo, we just know, Barry Plumpton, you win the cubic inch war in a battle of inches.
And all the nitrous. Okay, that's a good one.
I was about to make a comment about packing their 80 cubic inch 13Bs, but no, 959 cubic inches of pet music. Pet, that's an engine, isn't it? And Big Barry Plumpton, he loves tuning into my lives on Tuesday night going, when are you going to get your car ready? He says, oh, eventually. But yeah, New Zealand time, what are we, 3 hours later? So yeah, it might be pretty late for Barry to be watching on Tuesday nights. But here he is, back in Australia. The Kiwi builder.
They're going to take this back and do another burnout.
No, I don't think they need to, do they?
I don't know.
That was a big skid. That was a Wocket skid. Hang on, no, was there a bit of spill plate on a wing or something there? Is there something they might have alerted to the
They're
car?
going to do another skid.
I thought you were joking, Dave.
Yeah, no, I'm getting the. I've got the call from the start line in the ear with Brad in the camera as well. So
I'm sorry, did I just see the same thing twice?
well, that was a great replay. Thanks for bringing that, Tyler.
Everyone, just quickly give themselves a quick slap over the face. No, it's not a dream. We just saw Barry Plumpton do 2 burnouts in a row. Is it new tyres? Maybe it's a new set of tyres.
Must be a new set of tyres, yes.
Got to break off the skin. All right. Well, I'm going to let 959 cubes and 4 plus maybe 1 stage of nitrous go here. Let's just hope. Like right now, we've got plenty of UV and Queensland sun on this track. That I hope we don't get to a stage where these big power cars. Now it's off.
No, that's all they wanted to do.
Okay, 2 skids. All right. Okay, systems check. Okay. Well. That's something you wouldn't get just in the pits. You'd have to give it 2 big skids. You're testing everything out, I guess. So that's interesting. Hey, you can do what you want on your test day. 2 big skids, why not? Testing all the systems out, I would imagine, on it. Forward, reverse, tyres. That's very interesting that he's done that, but hey, it seems to a degree of intention on it. All right, so from 959 cubes back to 80. The 13B, one of the quickest 28.9 cars in the country on a 28.9 slick. Eric Slygar's been in that mid to low 7-second zone. Clutchless gearbox. Real trick little small tyre car. Hope you're enjoying the live stream presented by Crank Motorsports. Pre-Jamboree testing here, the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree. The local time, 11:33 a.m. on a Friday. Beautiful weather conditions at Willowbank Raceway. Entry at 959, that was Barry. Hang on, flick that over. 8355. So that's Sharif Tawaf in the Commodore. And 8257 is Eric Slygar. So it is Eric in the L Sniper RX3 6300 Racing. 6300 guys, they've got quite the assortment of cranky 13Bs. Bit of testing, bit of side-by-side testing. Piston versus rotor, V8 versus rotor. Yeah, just not working for both guys then. It's not working for both guys. The little 28B9 did not like that. The radial did not like that either. So Barry takes the big Camaro back down to the pits. So yeah, 2 skids, whether it was new tyres or whatever, just a good way to shake everything down. Hope that's all they need to do. All right, Pac Junior's turn to have a crack. Oh boy. Did not spare it in the burnout either, as much as, of course, we saw Jason X, big side-to-side burnout. It's a great story, Brucey. Great story about Amberley Air Base. Tell that at the right time. All right, so we saw Jay Sadek on the line there watching, and a couple of the young future Paxters out there, Georgie's boys. So that'd be cousins. Got Mum out the side there again, Karen. And yeah, the cousins all over it. Jay in behind. All right, so this thing, yeah, 6-second performance, absolutely. Did he take it all the way to the stripe this time? As I said, track conditions are warming up as we are nearing midday. This Aussie sun, doesn't matter whether it's winter or summer, it still packs a bit of heat. So the boys aren't on any two-way communication this time in this car. So whether or not that's just whether the clutch didn't disengage or not, we'll just See what happens. It did move into stage, so all that worked. Just see if he goes back in. He did get a reaction time of 13 seconds, so we just somehow need to reset that tree. There we go. Okay, tree reset. Let's try Pete Raham again. All the way to the stripe this time, 7:21, 190 mile an hour. It did bog a little on the line, but it handled it all. 116 in the 60 foot, 465 to half track, 156 mile an hour. But a nice 116 out of the hole. 116, half track, 465, 156 mile an hour, and 7:21, 190. All right, Brett Cole's back in bad temper. The LSA powered RX-8. As we said, it got absolutely flogged up at Mackay last weekend by brother Andy from Spot On. This, of course, building the Spot On workshop. Brett gets it back. Of course, he's got his 13B RX-7 as well, but I'm not going to talk over this thing. This thing has got a nice exhaust note. If he gets this thing all the way to the finish line, listen to this shriek out of this exhaust. Of course, Tony, the legend of a set of pipes. Sounds healthy, doesn't it? 871, 157 mile an hour. Got a real nice howl to it. 889, 890, 893, 871. So it's not a bad street car, is it not? Got a nice scream to it. All right, this is Aaron Stubbs in the GTR. See Anthony Matuk there on the start line. Offering the direction. And of course, Anthony, another racer through Jambo, has really sort of generated his own world, his own empire. No stories. It's another great Jamboree success story, another drag racing success story that have come from the drag strip predominantly, but now, of course, in roll racing and all of that. GTR is the ultimate apex predators for roll racing, it seems. And Matuk's, they've done some wild stuff and continue to do so. Now Stubbsy's turn to have a crack. Right off the shot, 132 as it came out of the hole. Now, whether or not it's broken anything just there, I don't know, but it came out all right. But it's just a little hard to hear outside whether or not any mechanical distress has happened to the car. He's just rolling down through there, so obviously determined that he may not have broken anything. It just lost traction or whatever. More often than not, sometimes I think, when you do lose traction on a run, some racers tend to just abort. especially if you've been a bit gun shy in the past. These things can just jump up and bite you any time if you decide to get back on it after that. If it didn't work the first hit, it may not work the second, but they'll hit that GTR back for another hit here shortly. All right, another entrant. It's the monster entry. It's 7098. Now it's just not on our little list here yet. But in Street 289, I think from memory. Patrick Long, I think it is from memory. 729 and a 730. So, I mean, that's the pointy end of Street 289 right there. So, previous testing runs in that 720 zone. Of course, Cranked Motorsport also looks like sponsoring Street 289. Got the Cranked stickers on the side. So, yeah, Street 289 brought to us by Cranked. At 28 by 9 time, that's all you can have. Untubbed. All right, let's see if we can back up these 20s and 30s. Whoa, boy, first and second really spun the tyre hard, but I do think these cars can be quick with the slick and the wheel spin, and Pat's done it before. He's driven around with a bit of wheel spin through the gears, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It didn't particularly work that time, but it did spin the tyre. But we've seen cars in that class, sometimes get away with that. Just spinning that smaller tyre on a sticky race surface does still seem to work for some of these cars, and they don't have to get off it too much, or with most of them with clutchless gearboxes, just grab another gear, and that can calm the cars down. All right, Will Yarwood is back, and I see a Meals sticker on it, so Meals is obviously Grantley. Which class have we sponsored here? All right, 2JZ on board. No, just came out and was, I don't know, spinning the radial a little bit there, 137 in the 60 foot, but then decided to give it another backfire, another cough, and it's had some pretty good runs in this car, but not at the moment, just a couple of little gremlins creeping in. Hopefully he's found his way all the way around. Yes, he has. All right. Back again. What did he run this morning? 903, 147. What do you do as an encore if you're Daniel Rougier? 903. All right, 906. 906, 147. I reckon. We'll try 906 at 147. You can nearly set your watch to this car. Always had great sponsors. He's in the construction industry. You can see Eddie Doors and Gates. Got waterproofing in there as well. I think he does the waterproofing. Torque base as well. Okay, here we go. He's going to put that in gear and spool her up. Does everything so well, and it goes, 899, there we go. So we went the other way. Normally sometimes it can go into the 8s and then all back to a 906, but 899, 146 mile an hour, and it just does everything right. He knows He knows how to race it too, Dan. So it's so good to see the old faithful continuing to do everything right for him. That great little 13B auto combo. All right, here we go. Well, 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 it is piston versus rotor. No, is it going to be solo? Solo or pair? They can opt out. You don't have to race it. If you want to take that whole starting line inconvenience someone else deal, sometimes that's about the only thing sometimes I think guys consider when it's like, well, no thanks, I won't race you. It's that respect of I don't want to stuff you on the line. I want to be responsible for my own, you know, my own start line. I don't want to mess anyone else's up. So I fully get not wanting to run someone in testing. Slow gas leak here. This thing stays up for about 40 seconds. Get this little drop. Johnny Ricker back on the line. We get that Camaro's door shut. There we go. Maritzi's at Maritzi Civil. Tuff Streeters on it as well. Joel's Garage Gear. Elite, of course, Paul Mahayan. What's he do as a response? Remember, the thing started climbing towards the wall last run with its really low 0.9, 60 foot. Let's see what Ricker does now. Adjustment on the wheelie bars right now. Paul Mahayan just checking both wheelies, setting them up. It is the secret to keeping these cars tracking straight. Checking the chutes, giving them a nice little cuddle. Johnny Ricker set to engage. What run will he do here? Testing for the weekend for Pro Mod. That was a 930.60, 930. It meant the business. It came out. It was a bit further down that it, the big tyre caught up with it, I think. I don't know. It just had that rattle a bit further out. It was just about to probably go through a series of gears too. It was just nearly at the end of its launch cycle there. Oh, look at that, Mr. Ricker on the tree. 025. Remember, first run he went 000 on the tree. This time Ricker goes 025 off the button on the Pro tree. 930 in the 60 foot, half track 474, way off it early. All right, he's back. Simon Ionu's back. Mr. Probaz from Victoria. 13B. Now, normally you can opt to run in Pro Compact. We have seen 13Bs run in other categories like Pro Turbo or Factory Extreme sometimes if you so choose. Colin Wilshire uses the 4-cylinder normally in Factory Extreme, so why not a 2-rotor? Simon Ionu. Of course, Billet Pro components in the engine. Wheelie bar check. Data logger set, parachute cuddle, all done, tick, tick, tick. All right, time to engage. Oh boy, 104 in the 60, and again the tyre didn't want to particularly. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Dave. Upgrading my chair. That did start to leak a lot. I didn't know I weighed that much, but geez, I was really pushing the gas in the chair then. 104 for Simon. 104. It started rattling the tyres, so he decided to opt out. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh yeah, that one looks like twins. So yeah, nice launch, but rattle of the tyre at the bottom of first gear for Simon Ionu. So I think another little check and be back, you would imagine, sooner rather than later. Local time, 11:52 a.m. Friday. And here's Eddie's first hit of the day. Looks like he didn't test yesterday. Eddie Howark, of course. The Enviro Group 2JZ RX7. Pro Turbo winner before. This car very consistently in the low 6 second zone, 640s, 630s on an ideal day. I think we're 3-speed auto in this car as well, and it does get a fair dangle up. I know he's tightened all the suspension up, and for a while there he was staging the thing on a little stag. I used to call him 6 Degree Eddie. Apparently he stages it nice and straight now because it's supposed to go right down the racetrack. But you know, here at Jambo, very rarely do we see everything go right down the racetrack. All that power, every car different, not too many the same. That gas racing, plenty of teams here. But gas racing, I think they brought 4 or 5 in the deal. Everyone's got their setups. The Enviro Racing setup down in the Group 1 pits, where the gas Celica is. And I think the Aceh Super as well. All right, here we go. Let's let the 2JZ sing. Eddie goes to bump it in. Boy, oh boy, it took a whole bite of the racetrack. It really did. Those big tyres really ate in. And it started to project itself, but it went 112 in the 60 and it already rattled. It rattled him. It took a fair chunk as it came out of the hole, but he couldn't do anything with it after that. He bumps it in, and as he leaves, it really hooked. It really did, and you can see shake probably 30 foot out. It took a fair bite at the old track there, did Eddie, before the tyre decided to shake itself. Tell you what, I'm loving the... here she is. Hello. Poking me in the back like that. It's pretty sharp. We apologise for the break in transmission. Information getting fed through to me here. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The time is 11:56 a.m. We are testing still through to 2. Driver's briefing. So driver's briefing, 2 o'clock at the back of the SuperCheap Auto Tower. So this is the, our main start line tower. 2 o'clock driver's briefing. 2 o'clock driver's briefing at the back of the SuperCheap Auto Tower. Good work, son. He's running around. Keep doing that, mate. That was really good what he was doing. Calling him the work experience kid. He's doing really well. Pumping a lot of colour out of there. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The time is 11:56 a.m. Why am I telling you that? It's because the driver's briefing is at 2 o'clock. Don't say I didn't say it. 2 o'clock. Pass that on. Driver's briefing at 2 o'clock. So that'll obviously be for all the drivers that are here or have to be here. All right, Aegis is back. Matthew Aegis. There's all that horsepower we'll be looking for. 727, 198 mile an hour. 124 in the 60 foot, half track 478 at 154. And then out the back door at 198.99 mile an hour in that VL. And 727. Yeah, didn't you hear that grunt coming out of that Holden? All right, Billy Abdu's back. Earlier run, 7.65. I mean, you know, drive this where you want. Take the chute off, of course. I mean, that's a bit of a show off, but that fastback. Full weight, real steel, beautiful car. Twin turbo small block Ford. Last run, 7.65 at 178. We're going to let it sing again. See, this is the sort of car a couple of weeks ago, the All Ford Day, Billy. If you brought it out for that, you would have blown everyone's minds as well. All the Ford fans never got to see this a couple of weeks ago, but it's on display for all you Ford fans now. Oh, just knocks the tyre off it now. Billy could have come back, you know. Billy, come back. It's worked before. Remember he did that last time. I think he came back, put it in the tracks, or put parallel tracks beside where the burnout was, or the zing, and sent it again, and the thing went 7.65 at 178 last time he tried that today. But this time he's just rolled it on through. And you can see just how quickly that thing got up on boost as he went into stage. And of course, popping and banging. And I watched all the guys and girls reaching for their ears. You might have to keep him in there for a sec. We've got a bit of Aspo rotary coming up here. It's a different noise. It's not a popping and banging noise. It's more of an angry, raspy noise. But do love these cars in all motor. This is all engine with a bit of wheel spin, still goes through, rolls off now. Went half track 7.39 and no ET to the finish line. That's interesting. No ET to the finish line down there. No 1,000 foot, no quarter mile. Just alerting, just saying that out loud just in case people observe. Mr. Chomper's nitrous is back in business. There you go. So tell you what, that's not a bad dental appointment. Go get 3 teeth pulled, come back and start. You can do the nitrous and the CO2 again. So there you go, your nitrous filling station and your CO2 station is open back again. Dully's had the teeth pulled. Yeah, so no 1,000 and no quarter there. So it'll be interesting to see what happens on the next run. That is Marcus Pepe back out there. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The time is midday. The time is 12 noon. Driver's briefing at 2 o'clock behind the SuperCheap Auto Tower, which is a traditional Willowbank tower. SuperCheap Auto Tower at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Again, don't say I didn't tell you. All right, Marcus. The Boost Works entry. Tell you what, I didn't mind that little pedal job. 114 in the 60 for Marcus, so it was still hassling the tyre a bit, shaking a little bit. Love to see the replay of this hit because not only does he get through that, he actually drives it out a bit more. So in race mode, if it did do that in race mode, that's still not a bad effort because that's a fairly decent pedal. Out it came, shook, pedalled it again, and then that thing was on. Good pedal practice. So that's very good pedalling practice there from Marcus Pepe. A pedal practice for Pepe. All right, 6488 out there now. This is Brad Rooney. So this little Mazda 1300 wagon from Spot On. Spot On built this car, 13B. I think a C4. Beautiful little machine. boy. Um, 11:23 at 119 mile an hour. Here's the replay. Like, it really got some start line there. It got some start line. I mean, that took everything that it had and then rotated itself on its own wheelbase. That got a whole lot of start line there for the wagon. What an absolutely fantastic and beautiful day. Our little Gemini is back. Entrant 12150 being Josh Brett and 7152 being Josh Moore. So Josh and Josh, there we go. When do you ever get a Josh and Josh? Last week we've had Kevin and Kevin, we've had Doug and Doug, and now we've got Josh and Josh out there. Go Josh! In the Falcon, I think he might be running in Street Compact tomorrow. The Gemini of Josh Brett goes through for a 13.26, earlier ran a 12.69, 12.24. And a big shout out to all those people out there watching on the live stream. Wish you were here, but some of us have to work. I mean, I'm flat out here. I'm flat out myself. Right, Harvey, they're getting a hang on this clutch. Obviously, he's doing little little wheel chirps there. So getting used to the clutch setup in this car every run. It's always a challenge. That last launch that he did. So again, we're just doing a little clutch check there. Okay, so again, this is interesting tactics. There's not a lot of despair there or surprise from what I can see. So just a little bit of intention just to see what's happening. Now, again, whether they choose to hook the car up and take it back to the pits or whether now there's an adjustment to be made or whatever, but who knows? Anything goes in testing, essentially. We saw Barry Plumpton. I've never seen someone do two big burnouts and then take the thing back to the pits. Rod just did a couple of little clutch pops there in the water. And what they might do from there, let's see. But remember, that's got to be one of the hardest cars to bring into stage. Like, you're trying to let that clutch out a little bit. You've got 8,000 plus RPM and 50 PSI boost in that engine, and you're trying to bring the thing in 2 inches. That clutch, you really got to appreciate the effort it takes to get that on point. All right. The Brisbane Civil car is back, of course, Dowdy. That's Luke. And the little Mazda, these were 323s back in the day, entrant 1603. Rod, well, it says here Rod Harvey, but that's Rod's other number. Let me flick the screen. There we go, 83803. That's not Rod Harvey. And that's not on here either. So there's an 8380, Cody Alexander maybe. The wagon is getting a fair move along. 847 for the Camaro and 1032. Yeah, 104. It did look like it was moving a fair bit. The Mazda 323 wagon from the late 70s, early 80s, 140 mile an hour street car. It could be 8380. It could have been Cody Alexander. It did come up 83803. But very well could be that one. But you just never know what's going to turn up at a Jambo, let alone on a Friday. For the first time ever, we're testing and we're televising and we're qualifying this afternoon. As I said, attention to all drivers. All drivers, the driver's briefing. Prefer you all in person yourselves at the back of the SuperCheap Auto Tower at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock driver's briefing. Time is now 12:08 p.m. Driver's briefing at 2 o'clock at the back of the SuperCheap Auto Control Tower. Big shout out to everyone watching on the stream, as we said before, sending us photos of their work sites, saying, we're watching the Jambo stream while we're at work. Of course, talking about Amberley Air Base down the road, that's a great story there from Brucey Casos about the family, grandmother working, Janie's grandma working at the Amberley Air Base during the war. Grandfather was sent there when he returned from Britain after serving. So basically Amberley is the whole reason why the Casos family's in this area. And Bomber Command, that's where the grandparents met down the road. There we go, a RAF romance going way back to World War II and beyond from there. Great story of the airbase down the road. So yes, you will occasionally see on a weekday, well, more than enough times, a lot of the Air Force training happening around here. So if you do see the odd random transport plane or whatever, don't be alarmed, just a normal day in the neighbourhood. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need this car moved, please. It's a white Hilux, licence plate CAL95G. So if you've got a white Hilux, New South Wales plate, CAL95G. So CAL95G. If you own that white Toyota Hilux, CAL95G, you're in someone's pit area, please. Could you move that? CAL95G, white Hilux Rogue. Can you please move that car immediately? And I know that we've got the odd, and that there'll be a few more of these tomorrow, obviously, as people start to bump in here, or this afternoon, and find that they might have someone in their area. I hope no one needs to move my car out of the way. I mean, I will run over and move it if I have to, but Lumper's vouching for me there, so I should be right. Yeah, this white Hilux is in the way, CAL95G. So that is blocking Matty McCandles down there by the look of that. So they're trying to get the car in, but there's a white Hilux Rogue, CAL95G. Can you please move it? That looks fantastic. That's an incredibly large salad. That's a very big salad. That's very impressive. That's. I'd almost contemplate having one of those shortly. I don't know when one would have the chance. I'll have to put an order in. I wonder if someone can put an order in for Diggs just to get some lunch up to the second level of the tower, please. There's another car that needs to be moved. It's a 00 TCG. So 00 TCG, Lee Dark. 00 TCG apparently as well, so I need another car moved. Whatever cars they are, please. Move them, please. It's CAL95G, yep, move that. And looking at the other one here from Lee. Apparently there's another one in there, 00 TCG. Is that Timmy Cross? I don't know, it could be. If you think you're in someone's way, please get out. All right. Car Keep by himself again, beautiful EH Holden, 1964, Turbo LS, Pump City. Oh, 2 wheel stands, 3 wheel stands there for Reese, and he just rolls it on through, does he? Yes, 849, only an 849 with 3 pedals. 849, 168. He's been our highlights reel already, this guy. Here we go again, beautiful. Holden, EH, bumps it in, gets the lights, and then it's just beautiful wheelie, pedals it and goes again. It's just an excitement machine, isn't it, the EH Holden? Love that we've still got cars like that we can celebrate with everyone at events like this. And through the stream, of course, we open it up to the whole world. We're proud to see cars like that go down and impress not only you folk, but the people overseas. All right, now Dib had issues last time with the wheelie bars breaking or coming off, but here they are now. Reversing back after that, yeah, so that was, whatever that was that shook loose, we got all that sorted up and the wheelies are back. This is a Street 28.9 car, again, 7-second potential, definitely, 20B power. All right, Deb, let's see. Let that 20B go, son. Little tiny miss in it, but no, 799 at 174 mile an hour and nice and clean. 518 to half track at 144 mile an hour. 139 in the 60 foot, so it did it point A to point B and in the 7s on the 28.9. So worked an absolute treat that time for the guys. You could just hear a tiny little miss in it there or something that, you know, sometimes it can be a set of plugs that'll get that fixed or a little loose lead or something there. Sometimes it'll just creep in, but hey, they get on it. Check it out for next run. As I said, it's now 12:15, so testing, I think we said, till 2. So we want the drivers briefing at 2. So if you've got runs to do, you better be in the lanes. Your testing opportunities will be running out. All right, 7152 beside is Josh Moore. Josh Moore down from Townsville. And 8047, that's Michael Ondrovich in the VL. Okay, 2 more cars to be moved, please, as well. 2 more cars to be moved. 593 A6B. 593 A6B. We're just going for a wander out on the start line here. Something might have just come off the Falcon. Whatever it is, it's over the fence now. 593 A6B and 275 CA9. 275 CA9. So 593 A6B and 275 CA9. Can you move those cars from the pit area? Geez, they really did park you in, Lee, didn't they? All right, Falcon versus Commodore. Barra on RB. That VL is flyed. 764, 177 mile an hour and a 1247. 1247, a lot of smoke down the deep end. I don't know who that was from. You can only assume maybe the VL on full send, you would say, but that's a whole bunch of smoke through the finish line. I was looking at the time slip here on the screen, and it is that VL in the far lane that just right at the finish line. Be interesting to see just what sort of happened after that. You know, whether that was, well, you can assume out of the exhaust, whether that's done something to the turbocharger. That would be normally the one thing that'll make a hell of a lot of smoke straight away, is if something's gone wrong and gone through the turbo or whatever. But who knows? All we know is just looking at that little replay there. It was out of the VL on the far side as he uncorked a cracking run there. And just what's perhaps happened since then. And of course, you know, when we see a lot of smoke, we sometimes think the worst. You know, it's dumped some oil or it's done something. We've got to check that out down the deep end. First of all, the first thing we normally check is when the car does pull up around the corner, our track staff will obviously inspect the vehicle, see if there's anything dripping under the car immediately, whether or not there's any residual liquid on the vehicle as it comes around, because if something does, of course, leak out of those things, it will be on the rest of the car as it comes around the corner, the underside of the car. If you do see something leaking out of the underside of the car as it comes around that bottom corner, yes, we've got to look a lot further. But if it's come around dry, that's not such a bad thing. A lot of smoke, but come around dry, that's good. All right, entrant 4936 out there. Is it 36 or 63? Because we've got a 6-3, we've got a Brett Young, or a 3-3 Luke Dowdy, but it's not Luke Dowdy. Another VL. Got to start adding up how many VLs we've got here. We've got our normal quota would be, you know, 20, maybe 30. We should have the VL count. We should have the national VL census. That's what we should have, VL census. All right, what are we, the SL here? Let's have a look. Got JW on the back, so we know it needs some business. Looks good to half track, 5.55 at half track, and through the quarter, 8.59, 161 mile an hour, and another little bit of smoke out of that VL down the end. Not a lot, just a little, just the obligatory backing off on the boost. 8.59, 161 mile an hour. Back in the day, that would have been, you know, Australia's quickest VLs were in the 8s for a long time, and 8.60s now. It's like, just another street car now, but back in the day when we were just, you know, into the 8-second zone, and then how many 8-second VLs, and then 7-second VLs, and 6-second now, and oh my God, what are we at now? 6.42 or something, I think. The big VL war's still happening between Mac and Matooks. That VL number's going to go again, whether it's this weekend or somewhere in the future at a test day near you, who knows? So I'm hearing something supercharged in the background idling around. Is it one of our burnout guys or something? I don't know. Oh, two crankies idling around the place, yep. Oh yeah, the sounds of Jambo, they've changed over the years. Yes, there was plenty of raspy rotaries and angry V-dubs, and yes, you will hear the lope of a blowing V8 around the place now. Times have changed. We still celebrate all horsepower and the purest forms of the Jamboree brand, of course, but we've also got a lot of stuff that also has come as a part of that. All right, there we go. Now, we're just out of the water a little bit. So this was after doing a little bit of clutch pedal or air gap or whatever in the clutch. Take off in second, maybe, all right. He's just giving the signal. All right, so it's just a little tiny gremlin, perhaps you can assume in the clutch. They did come up and do a couple of little clutch pumps there before in the water, and then it's like, okay, well, let's do an adjustment or two, and then obviously still just not quite right, in the, you would assume in the clutch department. Benny was motioning number 2 there, saying maybe take off in second and start the burnout in second or whatever, but whether we're not getting enough mumbo through the clutch there, that's convincing them. So Benny's even pointing about maybe taking back to the pits and really checking it out. So testing due to go till 2 o'clock. That's what, that 1 hour and 38. All right, so that is Andy Cole's back in the hatchback, of course, part of the Spot On Performance Super Team, driving Grantley's OG hatchback. So last hit came out a little bit angry, a little bit spicy on the radials. Let's see what we might get out of it this time. Did not want to play the game on the line that time. Did not want to play the game. Just not wanting to hook those radials up on that hit. So plenty of power on board for the hatchback Tirana, and probably wouldn't be shy of 2,000 odd horsepower out of that car, and yeah, to hook it up on the radial tyre. It's an absolute treat when it works, an absolute challenge when it doesn't. But that's what testing's all about, just trying things and seeing if it'll work. This time not so. Back to the drawing board, back out for another run, you would assume shortly. Especially when they when you do zing the tyre and you abort the run, is that you shouldn't have to turn the thing around too much after that. So attention to the pits, drivers briefing, 2 o'clock at the back of the SuperCheap Auto Tower. The local time is 12:25 p.m. What a lovely way to spend one's Friday, hey? We've had Jambos on Friday. It's been testing Friday with nothing really else other than that. And then Saturday morning, we just hit it all with a massive explosion. I love the idea of the Friday, just a little sneak up. It's our little Jambo test day, and I call it rehearsals, I suppose, if you're looking at, what they do in the big shows. What do? They rehearse, don't they? No matter what the performance, they rehearse. And what we're seeing here is a whole lot of rehearsal happening. Some are just like, 5, 6, 7, 8, bang, there they are again. Or sometimes there's people are still on the 1, 2, 3, 4. So normally anyone that's half good are on the 5, 6, 7, 8. Anyone that still hasn't got it right at the beginning is still on the 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's see if we can get a few transitions in the next hour or two during testing. Remember, we go qualies this afternoon as well. So there's it'd be interesting to see just how many in all of our categories line up for that and take that opportunity. Now, a few of them that are testing, relying on 1 or 2 good test runs before quali. It doesn't mean it's the end of the world. Of course, you get some cracks tomorrow at it. There's a quali this afternoon. I don't know whether we have gone as far as saying compulsory, but there is a session. And our rivals. So all of our different rivals that are going to be highlighted a little bit later on. So Renee's told me that she's got all that sort of info there that she'll bring out when we get to that stage. There has been a good couple of little, not so much call-outs, but who would you like to see as a line up against each other sort of thing. And we can do that in the guise of testing. We've done that before. We've done that with Kenders before, where you'll line up in a qualifier, but you actually have drawn someone to race, and all of a sudden it's so surreal calling a race like that, where it's like, hang on, this is quali, this is just around a quali, but hang on, it's a race as well. So we just use our imagination. That's one thing about Jambo. You can definitely use your imagination and build pretty well anything you want in any shape or form, and we're seeing that. And here she's coming out for another run, getting those short times. The 1, 2, 3, 4s are working for Kirsten. It says once she gets through a couple more 1, 2, 3, 4s, she'll be ready for the 5, 6, 7, 8s, and that's the rest of a run, full power run. Oh, so here we go. Here I was before. Isn't that funny, right? When Kirsten got pushed back before, everyone's pushing it back, but here's this kid riding on the door frame with his with what I thought was, well, just another crewman. But that's your bro. That's actually your bro. That's actually Shane Tucker riding the door frame with his sister. So I'm kind of allowing that. Like, honestly, when you first see it, it's like, oh, everyone's trying to push this car back, but some bloke's getting a free ride. Well, that's Tuck. I mean, if anything, we need Tuck's muscle to help push the car back anyway. Yeah, you still got a massive crush on Shane. You really do. Oh, you do. He's a good looking cat. He's a good looking cat. I've known him since he was a little cheeky kid. I remember his first hit down the racetrack in a pro stock car. Shouldn't say too much more about that, but Rob had him in there on a Sunday or a Monday. No, I don't want to know. Well, it's the way, you know what, it's beyond the statute of limitations now. It happened, we got away with it. But yeah, Tuck, if he's not running in HRA Pro stock over there, here he is back over here at Jambo, and yes, he's allowed to ride the door frame. I just see Benny Bray with chips on a stick. You do stand out, mate. That does kind of stand out. Chips on a stick walking up to the start line. Everyone else is blending in, but Benny walks up the middle with chips on a stick, and I can't take my eyes off it. There we are. He got some billet potato on there, chips on a stick. Driver's briefing behind the control tower at 2 o'clock. Attendance is compulsory. There we go. Attendance is compulsory. Compulsory attendance at 2 o'clock. I'm telling you, 90 minutes out. Compulsory attendance for driver's briefing. So we should all be here, let's hope. Yeah, I'll give you a voucher. I've actually got currency, look. There you go. At any of those, just you have to go up and ask if you can use that, and then, yeah. Hang on, I'll just put, yeah, that way they can see that that's mine. There we are, thank you, that'd be really nice. One cannot tear myself away. Now that's a little bit more jandal. That is a little bit, hey? Yeah, no, you can watch that. That's a little bit more right foot there from Kirsten Tucker. One thing she didn't quite get a hold of on the last run was plenty of wheel speed in the burnout, but now she's solved that. Every little run, every little bit of track time down there is going to get that familiarity up with the equipment. So good that her brother's here, husband John out the back, son Nixon out the front. See the pattern developing here, the families, they're racing families. Saw that with Pack a little while ago. Here's the Canurley family. This is part of her licensing procedure. Look, normally a full signed off license is, you know, literally got to be 1,000 plus foot Nelly finish line, you know. So she's still kind of at that launched, whether or not she's ready for half track. I mean, she's normally got to do some launches and then some 330s and then some 660s. So there's got to be some half track stuff. Let's see if she can get the half track now. Let's see if she can get the half track. She's just got to hand out the door there for a sec. Hang on, hold the phone. We're just trying to latch the door in on that side. I don't know, but there's maybe an issue with the door latch. There we go. All right. So this would be a goal of trying to get to 660, you would imagine. Got all the short times. Got our 1, 2, 3, 4s working. now 660. She's going to go even further than that. 1,000 foot and it goes 609. 1,000 foot 609. 380 to half track. Mine 57 in the 60. Half track 380.
What a run.
200 mile an hour. 380. 201 at half track. And an early click. 1,000 foot click. Shoots out 609. Just about tick that licence. Just about tick that licence off. If that's all we were needing was one of those, well, there we go. That's got to be it. Look, Johnny will be in tears here. Look at Johnny. He'll be in tears. He is in tears just to see Mrs. Cannerley get out there and enjoy the automobile. Hey, 609. Yeah, he'd be. I don't blame you. That I've got goosebumps myself, to be honest. Got goosebumps myself. Going to give her a call down there, I'd say. That's got to feel good. What a good. Oh, needs two more. There we go. So Dave said these wrist relayed, two more hits, and she's probably going to get that signed off. So 609, not to the stripe.
Well, that was a
Here's the
perfect
replay.
pass.
Here's the replay. Yeah, 957 in the 60, 330 was 2.55, and then she was travelling 380 to half track, 201. Right down the middle too. Like the car's that's what it needed to do, was just go point A to point B. Yeah, that was a 1,000 foot click and the chutes. And yeah, it took out one of the reflectors, I think, with the chutes on the way through. So there will be a little delay as we put that back on. But that's what happens sometimes, early chutes. That chute does get a bit of crosswind, which it did. And it just pulled that cube out. So
yeah, last pass we saw it just steer to the right a little bit, but that one was just straight, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, that worked an absolute treat, Dave. It absolutely did. 957, she'd already been in that sort of 60-foot zone, but it was sort of, either climbing or going for a walk. This time, it went straight down the middle. 380, 201 to half track would have been stout anyway, but then, yeah, just making some moves from there, like it was powering, and then she just grabs there. I mean, it was in her blood from birth, pretty much. When your dad's a pro stock champion, growing up watching your dad race, and wanting to do it one day, and yeah, she did it years before in pro stock. They had a career in juniors initially, and then out there now, a mum, grown up kids, and yeah, what do you do when the kids are growing up and Nelly out of school? Well, let's run the pro mod for a bit, the family pro mod. I'm sure if we dared her, she'd even run the alcohol funny car, I reckon, if we dared her. But hey, I think hers and his, his the alcohol funny car, hers the pro mod. I think that's a nice compromise. Again, I suppose when spares get low though, you've got to toss a coin who gets the parts. Because ideally, a lot of those blow and Hemi combos, you'd love to probably have nearly the same or swappable, usable. And yeah, that's an absolute rocket today. Who knows by the end of she's got to, as we just heard from Dave say, that look, technically, in order to tick off the licence, 2 more hits, that's got to be at least something like that, 1,000, 1,200 foot, quarter mile hit. Look, if it runs a 5 at 230, 240 mile an hour, you probably almost nearly tick it for that. But 609 early click, 169 mile an hour. It was 201 at half track, so she's had the taste of 200 mile an hour. It's and the 957. Suffice to say, the 1, 2, 3, 4's all sorted. Now it's the 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 more runs, and she'll be fully ticked and licensed and ready to race anyone in pro mod. And that's interesting as to how many other opportunities she might have this year to go pro mod racing. There's a couple of events coming up where she can. In Australia, I think was it Nitro Champ still got that, or something down there that she can run this year. And of course, there's talk, pro mod rounds down at Victoria Motorsport Park coming up. That's nearly a given. That'll be a thing. It's going to definitely happen. So a bit of testing still to come. We've got Smithy ready to go and Rodney Rahayem. So as we said, just getting that little reflector solved down the end. More testing. As I said, drivers briefing for all drivers. Compulsory drivers briefing behind the tower here. Willowbank Raceway. SuperCheap Auto Control Tower at 2 o'clock. just dishing money, yet just throwing money around the commentary box. All right. Let's see what Rodney can do now. Yeah, 103 in the 60, 042 on the Pro Tree.
We got the start that time. Now, it was the last run there. It was pretty aggressive on the line, wasn't it?
It still is, and if it is running that 7-speed Liberty in it, like there's a lot of wheel speed that, you know, through the shifting mechanisms, able to get that thing out of there. Less gap between gear changes. So if you are coming out with plenty of power on board and it does hook up, well, hopefully every gear change it doesn't shake. I'm sure we've seen a little bit of shake happen as a result on that run. And it is the thing with the bigger tyre, isn't it? Just getting that wheel speed perfect. Of course, with radials, you're trying to dead hook the tyre and come out and control that. But with the big tyre, they can spin a little bit and you almost get away with it. There is a little bit of controlled wheel speed there. It just can't get any worse. It's got to be managed.
All right, Steve Smith.
Smithy is back.
Just a little bit of a tyre spin on the burnout, not too much. They bring the RCE performance car back.
All right, now this was, look at the big tyre on the back of this thing, Dave. Like, you can see you can see how we can hassle these things. Got that big soft sidewall. They can wind up a little bit. They can spin a little bit, but you just don't want to wind them tight. It is a trick with all the different combos. Turbocharger, so much torque under boost. Got to manage that. You don't think they're cycling wastegates a lot in the first 100 foot with these cars. Just very slow on the bump there for Smithy. I think he's going to try again. There we go.
Rolled it in.
Wow, it just nearly had a hold of it too. 101.1 in the 60 foot. It was interesting that, yeah, it was a very soft creep, but it didn't want to come through. Sometimes I think when you're running a big fat tyre on that sticky track that, yeah, the thing just won't roll for you. Slippery converters and bleeds and stuff like that. So he did have to just get that thing back in. All right, what's that? Entrant 4312.
It is Isaac.
It is Isaac Apcal. Okay, so son of Sammy. Not son of Sam, but son of Sammy.
Gives you a wave down
There
there.
he is. Happy Jambo, Sammy. Happy Jambo. He's busier. He's busier than most guys this weekend. I mean, everyone's busy here this weekend, but name me a weekend where Sammy isn't busy. Busy. Called him busy. Of course, QPG Group. Sorry, QPG. That's a PGG. Queensland Property Group. If you say it that way. Of course, Sadek Motor Group's still on the car because this was, Jay Sadek's, the car Jay did a lot of his learning in this car when Jay had it. But now Isaac, it's gone to new hands, and Isaac 20B and auto on board. Not the easiest beast to get your head around, and Isaac's learning. He's only a young bloke. Came out all right, 113 in the 60. 113 in the 60. It was already off the throttle, about 330 foot. 588 a half track and just rolls through for an 1143. But whether it was going to shift gears there or not, it came out and got away. Just got to get the rest of the run sorted.
Good Brent Coles.
All right, one of the Colesies is back, brother Brent.
How many laps did this do last weekend?
Oh, it double entered. So
Yeah.
double entered at Kenda. So it was entered as an Outlaw 275 car. So he came and ran with them, and then he came back and ran in the Renegade 550 class. And he was just getting that many laps. And then I'm figuring, well, that's not good to keep your hand in, isn't it? Of course, Public Enemy getting a new Noonan Hemi. That doesn't have water in it, so engine's not in there anymore. He's sold the engine. So wanted to get points for Kenda. So took one of the random Coles cars that were laying around. Happened to be the LSA powered fun machine, the RX-8. Now I'm going to not talk over this thing. Let's let this set of pipes do all the talking here. It sounds sweet. Testing here for Friday. It is now 14 minutes to 1. Driver's briefing at the back of the tower at 2. No, not going to hear it.
Wasn't
not going to hear
the
it.
usual sound.
Yeah, we're not going to hear it sing like we normally hear. It's a good set of pipes on that thing, but did hassle the tyre a little bit too much.
Looks like we've got Carl Dixon back round for another test hit in the Ford. Pop that headlight out of that XF and give it a bit of air.
The old missing headlight syndrome. It's I don't know whether it's a Jamboree trademark, but I don't care what part of the world claims that they started to race cars without headlights before we did, but I'd like to say that we were one of the first countries to race without a headlight. All right, just shutting it off there for a sec.
A little bit of something on the track there. They're just going to clean up on the start line.
Again, just a couple little driplets was detected there. Whether or not that was out of the RX3, I think that was pretty much the one that
Might have
ran
been
there
out of-
before.
Yeah, Isaac's.
It is that lane, so whatever it is, we're onto it. So in order to, before we can go pairs, we just want to do that little bit of local clean-up. But yeah, the XF that's run before. Good to see a nice it's what we continue to promise at drag racing is, especially Jambos, you will get a good cross-section of vehicles that, you may not see every day. I mean, it's not like we see an XF Falcon every day these days, but you watch some of those old TV shows back in the days. Dave, you're old enough to remember shows like Cop Shop and everything like that, where they turn up the XF squad car and everything. You watch any of those old 1980s Aussie dramas on TV, the cop car was an XF or a VL.
I'm sure I was much younger than you watching them, Diggs, but I might know of them.
We're very, very similar in age. I'm a bit older than you, and I can't
Only 10 or 15 years older.
Oh, is that right? Jeez. We both look all right then, don't we? But, the XFs, they need to live forever. I hope the plastic parts of them will live forever. I mean, we're really caught up in the era of... and again, I think the rest of the world got the same thing we got in the 80s as we had that sort of... the auto industry went through a period there. I don't know whether they called it the John Button plan, but it was a political thing to actually help the local industry and overseas manufacturers live in harmony. So yes, we would see in the Ford range a Ford 626, sorry, a Mazda 626, but we'd also see a Ford Telstar. We saw a Ford Laser, and that was a Mazda 323. In Holden, of course, Holden Astras were Nissan Pulsars. So, you know, Nissan Patrols were Ford Mavericks, you know what I mean? Like, there was a period of time there where Aussie car manufacturers had to badge engineer with Japanese manufacturers, and that's why we had those sort of double identities. We had a local identity and an import identity. There's no mistaking where the RX-3 comes from. Mazda didn't... there wasn't a Ford rotary out there when Mazda came to play. The rotaries were kind of only just the RX-7 back in the day. I think the RX-7 came out in like 78, 79. So you think about the history of the RX-7. Through the 70s, had the RX-3, the RX-4, the RX-5, the RX-2 in the 70s, the R100 in the 60s. But here's Eric Sligar's version of the RX-3. It's on a 28.9 tyre.
El Sniper.
And then 7961 is Carl Dixon. Now, he's
Carl,
in modified compact. So, yeah, he can be Barra and a big tyre. He can be whatever he wants. Never compared an XF to an RX-3. Now we know what they look like. Oh, Sligar on the pedal after spinning the 28.9. Big power wheelie to nearly half track, about half a foot off the ground as he got it all to hook up. 525 at half track. The XF goes 1062 backing off. Got your cameras on there, Dave.
Oh, I think that might be Mr. O'Carroll.
Oh, here he is.
Setting off my cameras there.
Well, I know never to go near your car because you've got cameras on them. Oh,
I think he's picking up some merch.
Getting all crossed up there, our little Datsun.
Changing his shirt for the weekend, he is. Taking the Kraken tee off and...
Is he?
Yeah, putting the crew shirt on for the N2O Notorious Tirana.
There we go, team swapping. All right. This is Sam Constantinou in this little Datsun with the 13B.
Same team, different car, different driver. That's just done a good job on that tyre. He had the spin and just...
It's got lots of tyre on it.
Perfect.
Still spins them.
Oh, spun.
Just so much RPM in the NA cars, the 13Bs. 1142, 121, but there was a lot of hassle on the big tyre there, but he still drove through it, Sam Constantinou. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The time is 12:52. The time is 12:52. Driver's briefing at 2 o'clock. Driver's briefing at 2 o'clock at the back of the SuperCheap Auto Control Tower. Attendance is compulsory. Mandatory, compulsory. Got to be there. That's what we're saying. Got to be there. All right, so as you can tell, 7 minutes to 1. Yeah, the lanes have thinned off a bit there. It's the sort of time of day where...
They have now, yeah. There was a few there. They just got through them pretty quick. But I think there might be a few rolling up from just sitting back a bit further down the lane.
Especially if we said that, you know, pretty soon we might close the lanes off. Well, that would be enough of an idle threat to initiate a bit more activity to get to the lanes, because then we won't be testing forever today. We'll be into that qualifying mode. And, yeah, look... All days of Jambo, we're off track just after dusk, by the way. You know, we're not 10 o'clock at night in the schedule at all, this event. And rightfully so, because we lose the sun, we get a cold track.
I reckon Brad's heard the call and he's going to have a look.
Okay, so we've got Eddie there. We've got
Zoran.
We've got a Fief, and yeah, we've got Zoran there ready to go. So there's a few more. Big wave. Hello there. Watching on the big screens. All right, here they are. They're back, the flagship. The RX-9. What's it going to do to that big tyre this time? Have they got a clutch adjustment on it?
Can't get much closer than that to the action.
That is good action. You can. I mean, Pack, you know, when you consider back in their early days, and we're talking about the early RX3s or RX2s that they drove, predominantly that sort of vehicle, and then their first, whatever the first RX7 was, and then next thing you know, it's what was their first purpose build? Remember Terry Cartwright built the MX6, so the MX6 was pretty much the first purpose-built flagship for the car for the team. Basically stating that we've arrived, we're using a brand new or relatively new modern Mazda product, a Mazda-powered Mazda. And look, these days when you can get yourself Corvettes or Camaros for a good price and no waiting, a little bit of imagination, a little bit of airbrush, and Mazda conveniently bringing out an RX-9 concept car. So yeah. Mazda brought out an RX-9 concept car, so guess what? This is an RX-9. Remember, you can identify anything you want these days, mate. So, this is an RX-9, all right? Bumblebee, well, they haven't hidden the Camaro. It's a Camaro. They're calling it Bumblebee. They're not hiding there. Couldn't trade that one off as a Mazda 6, but this one, RX-9, Mazda did a concept. And Pack took that concept to the drag strip, and you've got to admit, that's some big commitment for the ultimate in rotary performance. They will not sleep until they get 5-second runs out of this car. Boy, it is close. It wants it all. I tell you what, how good's that two-step? It just blew everyone off the side of the
off the fence.
Off the fence again. 116 in the 60, but it was very, very cranky. Really aggravating the rear tyre, and it got some spin up and a little bit of rattle, like straight off the hit. Like you can just see, like that was shaking within one revolution of the launch. If we look at that replay, it really wanted to take a big bite of that track and didn't hold back in the power delivery. That definitely had a fair whack of power up it to make it work. But all that torque that's made out of that, I think George explained it to me best once there when he talks about with engines like they're using, of course, there's a power band in this engine. It is so wafer thin. He says where from RPM to where it makes power, the window of where all that horsepower comes in is very, very tiny. There's not a lot of gradual delivery or application of power. There's not a power band that you come up on. As when that thing's boosted and it's making that horsepower, it's very, very hard to then roll that up. It comes up so violently, you can see that hitting at the wrong time, that tyre sends it all out of shape and rattled straight away. All right, Will Yarwood back. He's just got the odd little gremlin just niggling the little Corolla today. Virtually new build, debuted this year. Destined for more drag and drives. He did All-Stars drag and drive 5 weeks ago. No, and this time just knocks the radial straight off it. Sometimes people might say, some of our experts from afar might say, well, maybe right now the track is too hot. I'd love to see what our current track temp is. I don't think it's so much that as we get a fair degree of UV rays on this track that can sometimes also just mess with the surface. Nothing we can really control. At some cars it seems to bother, some cars it doesn't. Some combos just will still handle that, other ones don't. But look, more often than not, when you do come out the test, and if you can make a run stick on any run, that sets you up for a pretty good Jambo weekend when you can be, a little bit adaptive to the track conditions. Remember, if we could all race at the very same time every day, we'd probably be really good. But then that event's a week old. You've got to run various times of the day over the weekend, whether it's quali or racing, and it's just got to work. And you've got to take out what you think will work, and it either works and you're still pleasantly surprised,
or it doesn't work and you're shocked. Somewhere in the middle of all of that. So the local time, 12:59, just on 1 o'clock. So attention to the pits. Drivers briefing compulsory at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock behind the SuperCheap. 2 o'clock. Did I say 1 o'clock? 2 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock now. Everyone's going, God, they've moved the briefing to 1. Geez, I'm late. Well, you're not. It's just on 1. So 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. That's 1 hour. That is 1 hour from now. So attendance by competitors is mandatory for the drivers' briefing. Any questions? Be there at 2 o'clock and we can answer them, hopefully. We might have to knock some PA out. It's very loud out the back, the PA, isn't it? We might have to control that, because there'll be that speaker right off the end there that might have to do that. If we're going to do that little briefing at the back there at 2, remember 3 o'clock I think was scheduled for Q1, and where our rivals races are, hopefully we can sort that out at that stage.
I got that sorted for you, Diggs.
Good on you, mate, good on you. Good to see. Getting a bit of help on the Friday. All right, here he goes. Big Zoran, Big Z into the water. Paul Mahady out the front, Joe Signorelli at the side. I love to be there when they pour Zoran into the car. He's not a bad sized lad. The biggest hands I've ever shaken hands with, I can tell you. He's got monstrous hands on him. Remember, auto on board this car, so torque converter. All right, so not lighting it up there, not getting the boost up. Now, he's going to try now. Here we go. No, sometimes they have nitrous. They just need a little bit of nitrous to bring them up, whether or not that's just the one thing that it needs, whether that bottle's turned on or not. Sometimes that's just the darndest little things that can just scuttle your progress at the last minute. So let's just see what we do here. He's pointing to the... Is he pointing to the tow vehicle to say, no, let's take you back? Or are we going all the way back to have a little look behind the start line? Boy, a few of them have done that today, haven't they? They've gone back to the pits and not been able to solve the little minor issues as they come to hand. So it's time for Rafif now. We can put Rafif in this lane now with the Lexus with the 2JZ on board. A real performer, Afif McHale. The Factory Extreme bug has bitten hard, and he is all in Factory Extreme. There'd be nothing that he'd like more than to be there in the winner's circle on Sunday. Did not want to play the game on the hit there, did it? Beautiful sights and sounds here at Jambo. But did not light it up in the burnout that time. The big tyres might need a little bit more right now if they're going to make him do the skid again. Immaculate presentation. Got Matooks Racing on the side, so they don't just do the RBs, they can do the 2J as well. Afif, of course, big performances in Sydney this year. Also gave it a nudge into the wall in Sydney too, just quietly, so. Nearly got away with it too. That was quite a decent launch, and he's gone down the left wall in Sydney Dragway and just gave it a nudge. But this is one of our cars in Australia that, like Rod Harvey, when this thing is sorted, it's say hello to mid-fives, you know what I mean? It's got all the performance, got all the gear. And then sometimes these damn automobiles just throw you the odd little curveball. And again, there's no way in the world this mere mortal will even be able to help diagnose anything. If I ever go down to a pits and go, what happened? Or can you work out what it was? There's no way in the world. These things are too complicated now. honestly, if you were to think of the processing power we needed back at the very first Jambo 35 years ago, it'd be mind-blowing to assume the horsepower levels would ever get to this height. And the technology, engine management, torque converters, lockups, ECUs, turbochargers. A lot of that stuff has come in leaps and bounds over 30 plus years. These would have, if this thing landed at Jambo 35 years ago, you think it would have come from outer space. I mean, it's just wild to think this is where we've come to. And the investment, the commitment that these teams make, all for Jambo, to be part of that factory extreme. This is the pointiest of the pointy ends for Jambo. Liked it, but it's not particularly happy as it comes out. I mean, that might have been one of the reasons why it actually came out of the hole all right. 987 to the 60, but it was it went a little bit off song as it came out of the hole, but it was enough to get it out. So it came out there, and it did manage to start getting down the racetrack, but then it just had that little off sound. You know, not that normal healthy screaming 2J sound. It did sound a little bit off, like a lead had come off or something. I don't know. That's probably right, Dave Reed. The first Microtech still has more grunt than the CompuLink timing system, probably. Comments from the Supercoach. Throwing his own 2 cents. comments from the fence. Now our normally reliable Salika's given the same little issue here. We've fallen into a little well of mystery, mechanical mystery kicking in. Good thing they happen on test days and not during a quali run where, you know, you'd have to give up a quali run for the sake of trying to find the issue and fix it. So let's try again. Nice little dry hop there from Zoran. I don't think that was the intention. This thing does not want to do a skid now. Now in that situation of what do we do now? Have another crack at it? Does the thing get sort of hot on the methanol, or is it still okay to do what we're doing? We're going to send him back in and just... All right, we're sending him all the way back for another chat. Isn't it interesting? Some of our teams that have got that two-way communication, got their headsets on, you'll see some teams have it. You know, someone out the front will have the headset on and a microphone, and normally if you're wired to the racer inside the car, you can communicate that way, but we're all hand signals for now with Zoran. And that is just not playing the game. 1:07 p.m. local time, driver's briefing at 2 o'clock. And this is the guy back for another crack at it. And isn't it funny, like we've seen issues with the Thief just before, we've got issues here with Zoran. So these will be completely unrelated issues to what we've seen from Rod as well. I mean, this is it. There's for cars that are this sophisticated and powerful, is that there's a numerous amount of systems in these vehicles that do need continual upkeep and checking. And if it's not one thing, it's another. And then how many things on a vehicle of this sort of sophistication are you willing to have to troubleshoot? And sometimes the answer is all of it, until it does what it's done before and run big numbers, and they do that. But then on occasion, something else kicks in and gives them all grief. And after 35 years, aren't you glad to know that even after 35 years, it's just not all plain sailing for anyone. It's still that massive challenge. When it all goes well, we appreciate it when it all happens. When we go down the track, and between now and Sunday, when we stay, we get up on our feet and we'll cheer whatever we see on and go, that's the moment that everyone's been waiting for. Those moments will come. But here in rehearsal and testing, it's not been the case at the moment for some of them. And some of them have the opportunity to test, and as we said before, they advertised that the Salika had done some test hits in Sydney with their new FT700. whether they did find something out there, whether it's just a drop of fuel or something. We're just checking, but that time of the day when you've got to consider if you're going to have another run, best you get to the lanes very, very soon. Because as I said, we get the 2 o'clock, there might be that logistics of people in the lane that, look, the whole goal is to run everyone out. So technically 2 o'clock means we can all have you at the back of the tower. That'll be the goal, to basically have everyone done before 2. So at 2 o'clock the driver's briefing can happen with everyone listening to what we have to say about how it's going to go on tonight. Obviously we can't have a briefing for anyone that's not here for tomorrow. We're obviously going to have another one of those tomorrow. But it's a normal procedure, a normal process. This is a little different this year. Friday afternoon, like testing Friday, it's one thing. Doing a live broadcast from the beginning's another. But then having this round of quali this afternoon and some rival matchups is our new thing for 2026. As we said, hopefully it takes a little bit of the edge off the Saturday load where everyone's here entering and running, trying to solve the problems. So people that couldn't test, they'll be here tomorrow, hopefully either really well sorted or on the same learning journey. Yeah, so Rod had something in this clutch. That's way better. There we go. All right, that is way better. It was something in that clutch department. He wasn't getting the right air gap or whatever. It just wasn't particularly happy. Maybe too much air gap. And you'll notice that if he's going to bring this thing into stage with all that anti-lag and all that boost up, and remember, on one side of the car is the stationary. Well, the gearbox isn't stationary. It's in gear. It's just disengaged from the rest of the car. So yes, it all is sitting there motionless or moving an inch or two in. On the other side's perhaps 10,000 RPM and 50 PSI boost on one side of the equation. It's then what that clutch does in that next second or so as Rod's trying to bring it in ready to stage and then let it all go. So you're taking a gearbox, a driveline from a standstill on one side of that clutch pedal and taking 50 PSI and 10,000 RPM and then making it go to the back and say, all right, everyone play nicely. 3,000 horsepower 2J, 10,000 RPM, clutch, gearbox. Introduce the horsepower to the gearbox, through a big tyre, everyone play nicely. Let's see what happens here. Showing some good signs earlier on, 592 early click. There's something about this thing when it's on ascend. Look, he's going to get some data in the data logger, but he won't get an ET at all because it just bumped way, like that was too big a bump from, as you can see, anti-lag one side to the other. And it just broke the beams right through. Once you're in that zone, it's very hard. Once you're in that zone, it's very hard to try and then just wind yourself down and reset what you just did. So what Rod did, he's just had to send it. Whatever setup they had just then, that worked. No matter, we couldn't measure that, but at least it got out. It didn't shake. It got through the first half of the track. It was making some steam down the end. So let's take that into consideration, that as much as we don't have a time to show you because, yeah, broke the beams, wrong time to do it. Then he left. But then it's hard to come back out of that zone and I can see Rod in the car still preparing himself, prepare for everything you got to do. Never once shall I ever be mistaken for underplaying the importance of how these cars need to be respected and how each driver continues. Any good driver will continue to respect that until they can master it. And that's the same. Like, as I said, I don't wish it on any of these teams to have rotten luck, but yeah, some of the natures of the beasts, once they sort them out, there's nothing better. Forgive me for losing my stuff too many times when all that comes together, but that's just me giving you that extra wishing it on, that I know that that's the reward for the team that sticks it out and finally does what it's supposed to do, and that's make an epic run. Here's a guy that knows how to make an epic run or two, Eddie Howak. The big tyre underneath, 2JZ on board. I think we are 3-speed auto in this car as well. Big shout out to you too, Andrew Evans. What's he say here? That's a bit of a rap. Thanks for blessing my ear holes. All right, fair enough. Bless you. Bless them. There we are. Again, we're just pacing ourselves today. This is testing, so we're not going to go overboard here. Just having a beautiful Friday afternoon in the sun. Garrett advancing motion, Brisbane Jamboree. Oh, Eddie takes it out near the wall, half track, 419, here we go. 675, did he go for a big move through there?
Yeah, it was a good shot. We'll see it on the replay.
675 at 146, early click, but that was on an epic run, close to the wall, 419. I didn't get the short time. Here we go, look for the Eddie dangle, like straight away, hits that big tyre hard, and off it goes, and just goes through the shake, goes for a move towards the centre line, for the side. And that was an early click, and that was still not a bad run.
See the tyre marks too.
That is not a bad run on an early click, Ed. He went 15, is that right? 6:15 last night. Whoa, man. Says here 3447. Well, that was Siren, actually. He's Siren now. So what did Eddie run up till then? No, he didn't run the 15. It was Zoran that ran the 15. Now that he's in the water, that threw it up on the screen for us. It's a pleasure. To anyone out there watching the stream that's enjoying our laid-back Friday afternoon testing, and they're back. He's back to the naughty corner again. This car, Joe's just taking him right back. Whether or not it just drips something else again there, I don't know. He's sending it. He is sending it back to the pits. It's almost going to drive it back. But yeah, no, they are going to send that thing back, hook that thing up, and. I'd say do a bit of a thorough look through as quick and as thorough as you can, considering that, we are having that driver's briefing at 2 o'clock. But that ain't too bad. That ain't too bad. All right, they'll go and sort that out, whatever that is. All right, more cranky 13B coming from Pack right now. It's Pack Junior's turn. He's got his cousins around. He's got his father out the front there. All right, he's run sixes with this. Let's see if he can get it all together. Last year, I'm trying to remember. Sometimes you flick through your phone and you save some photos. Was it last year he sheared the wheel? He sheared a wheel off it last. Was it last year or the year before? And he gave it a kiss into the fence. Did Pack Junior last year? I think it was last year. Yeah. So I think tore the wheel out of it and off it came. Off he went into the wall early. But here he is now. I think I asked him before, how old was he when he built his first rotor? And I think he said, 9 or 10. He was sort of not even 10 years old. And Father Rocky's, obviously when you're hanging around, when your father's Rocky Raham and your uncles are George and Rodney, and you're growing up around drag strips, you don't think this track baby knows a thing or two about the drag strip or the rotary engine. We've got the Godfather Sadek behind him. So we've got cousins everywhere. Dad at the back. Were they going for a wheelie bar adjustment? What are they doing? He sort of rushed a few things here. Rocky wanted to just have a bit of a look at the wheelie bar and check things, and he was a little bit too keen to go.
All good now.
So that little bit of communication had to come back there just for a sec because he was off on the way to the start line then. Rocky wanted one more look at the wheelie bar. All right, sometimes, you don't know how important that wheelie bar setting is for these cars. When they come out, they want to be locked on those wheelie bars.
Looks like they got it set right.
Yeah, just after a 1,000-foot click. 7:15 at 187. 111 in the 60-foot. How's that? 010 on the Pro Tree, dropping the clutch. 010 on the Pro Tree. Half track, didn't quite get the half track there as it flicks over, but here's the replay. 111 in the 60. Remember it went 116 before, and we felt like it bogged. This time 111, it came out perfect. 7:15 early, still an early click past 1,000.
Your magic button not working?
No, sometimes the magic button just they're too quick upstairs to get the next number in. All right, Rougier, where does he go? 903, 899. What do we go? 902, 902, 145. And Patrick Long. Patrick Long beside him. So Daniel Rougier, the Rotor Geek. Licence plate, ETS V8s, ETZ V8s. Done a fair bit of chopping with that before. Well done, Brad. Brad is always wide for sound, old Brad, isn't he?
He's all over it.
Yeah, that's been around a while, this car. He's won a few Jambo trophies before. Pat Long, of course, the Monster Performance car, 13B, on a 28x9. So in a Street 289 class, packed full of 7-second performers. Let's say cranked Street 28.9 today. So cranked sponsoring 28.9 this weekend. No such luck for Patrick, but there we go. Oh, 894, 148. Yeah, so a little bit quicker again. So 903, 899, 894. 3 good hits from the Rotor Geek today. Pat Long, that time it was a fair old bog off the line. It didn't hassle the 28.9s at all that time. It's a good ringtone, Dave. Really good.
Wakes me up.
Yeah, well, was that a little alarm there, was it? If I fall asleep talking to Diggle, set an alarm so I can wake myself up. I get it. I get it,
It
mate.
was, yes.
It was an alarm setting up. All right, so a few more, not missing the opportunity to go testing, as we said. We're trying to wrap up testing in about 39 minutes. Driver's briefing. Did anyone remember when I said driver's briefing, what time it was? 2 o'clock. Well done. 2 o'clock.
Well, you said 1 earlier too, but
I know, but it's 2
just
o'clock,
put it in there.
2 p.m., 1400 hours, whatever we want to call it. That's what we want to do at the back of the SuperCheap Auto Control Tower.
No, that was a work message, that one.
A work message. Oh,
Yeah,
it comes
yeah.
through with the right tone. So,
Yeah, says you got to do something with this one. That's
oh,
what it
okay.
says, you know.
God, I'm glad I don't have that on my
I've got the
phone.
others, that you can ignore. You can go,
Yeah.
get to that later. It's like,
I mean,
oh, yeah, I'm gonna
I have
need to
enough
sort
problems
that
just with Domino's or Super Butcher. You know what I mean? And they're not even to do with work.
one. Well,
Or,
I do wear a lot of hats.
Yeah, you do wear a lot of hats, mate. Only one head. That's the thing. How good is this R35? How good is the Camaro? Like, this is the standard of car we've got laying around here on a Friday afternoon. I'm happy for it. That's Johnny Elfs in this R35. The Godzilla, and John Ricker beside him in the Camaro. So I don't know... Just checking down track. Are we all good down track? Are we all ready to go? Any time anyone is ready, let it rip, I guess.
Are we going to see them go together?
Oh, it'll be wild if we did, but double reds mean that we're still probably addressing either getting a car off track or something down track we need to attend to. But the red's still down there. But exciting. Every time you come to a Jambo, I think this about every event I've been doing for a long period of time, is that every time you turn up, it's like, right, what's the barometer set at this year? Are we bigger? Are we better? Are we brighter? And Jambo, every year still, it's like, man, here's another one, here's a new one, here's another team, here's a new team. The crank team now, with R35s in Factory Extreme, what an impact, what
I
a
think
car.
it's definitely bigger.
Yeah, isn't it what?
3 days of Jambo.
Oh, well, that part too. Yes, all of that. All of that.
I went for a walk out the back there before, and wow.
The raw logistics of,
So
what
much
this
happens.
event is. This is the metric Winter Nationals, pretty much. This is the metric win at Nationals. It's just that canter culture that just continues each year to grow.
And Trader Alley at the back, though, is massive.
Oh, yeah, well, SuperCheap Auto Trader Rally, isn't it?
I think that, yeah, it is. Yeah, I think that's the biggest one we've seen.
Lanes are closed for testing.
Righto, there we go.
Until 2 o'clock, we have a hard finish
Okay,
at 2 o'clock.
there we go.
And then we'll be going to...
The driver's briefing.
Lanes are closed.
There we go.
Lanes are closed. So it's a hard finish at 2. So don't forget that driver's briefing. Diggles has told us 72 times it's at 2 o'clock.
Well, we've never been told yet that the lanes are closed, but that's it. The lanes are closed. The lanes are closed. Look, again, the only thing that we allow for that is if you were rolling when you heard this announcement, look, confidently, you should be able to still roll to the lanes. That way, people will know too. Like, if in 10 minutes...
No promises.
I know, well, if in 10 minutes' time someone rolls up the lanes going...
Diggles said...
No. You couldn't have been rolling for 10 minutes, mate. I've already timed around here. No matter where you're pitted here, if you're rolling already, you'll be there in the next 2 minutes, right? But if you roll up in 10 minutes, no. Lanes are closed. Lanes are closed. So we're going to run what's in the lanes. We want that. It's a 2 o'clock hard finish. Now, to hear that from race control, 2 o'clock hard finish. Whatever we get done, we get done. Driver's briefing is what we have to do after that. 2 o'clock at the back of the tower. All right, Mr. Rickard, sounds like he's going to go next.
It's nearly Johnny versus Johnny.
He's had one hit before today, which was looking all pretty good. Except it was heading towards the wall, and another run there where he did one run where he pedalled it.
Controls burnout, 20 tyre smoke.
Let's just see how this start line management works. Big tyre on this car. Tell you what, when you start playing with EFI on these cars, it's just amazing. You know, it's a living and breathing blow and door slammer, but not as we know it anymore. It's got all the latest fruit. It is the quickest door car in this country, on radials or a big tyre. As much as, you know, we talk about top door slam and everything like that, but, you know, it doesn't matter. In Australia, people go, oh, what would it take to be a legal top door slammer? The answer is, well, why make it slow? Yeah. Door car period, I think that's all Johnny cares about. Door car period. On radials, 349 over the 8 on big tyre. 540s. Gonna let this one go. Let's see what happens. This is one team that doesn't have the pants pulled down too many times. Right off the hit, big shake off the hit there. Couldn't quite keep.
You can see those marks.
Couldn't keep it quite under control. 967 in the 60 foot, but it was cranky shake after that. 020 off the button. That's twice he's gone. Well, that's.
I think Brad might have a shot of those chatter marks.
Here we go.
We got the replay.
All right, he goes to the chip, and then like that's just 40 foot out. Starts to chatter, but 967. But you know what? Johnny Rickard's gone down the track 3 times today.
Enough to shake the fillings out.
I'm pretty sure his first reaction time today was 000. His second reaction time was 021, and that reaction time was an 020 off the pro tree. So Johnny takes that start line just as seriously as the rest of the track, and that's why he's a racer's racer. But right now we trade a really sharp light for something in the mid to low 5s, to be honest. Just that little bit of rattle. Now look, they can go back and put in the let's put in the soft. Let's just go soft there. Come out and run a lazy 550, high 550. That's what they might do this afternoon. Who knows? Knowing them, they like going for the throat though. But I do think they can now play a little percentage game there, and that will give you some high 550s with not much hassle. All right, he is back out there, entrant 9156.
We're just holding him up for a sec. We're just having a look at something down at the finish line. Might be something with the timing.
Well, you'd have to check because, again, if those chutes
Maybe a
came out
block.
early, yeah,
Maybe a timing block's
Yeah,
moved. They're just double checking that.
that'll tell us up in the tower upstairs. Of course, they've got a set of lights set up there that gives you the feedback in regards to the reflectors to make sure they're working, that they're broadcasting back, sending the signal back. If one of them's out, well, that's pretty obvious on the little panel upstairs. So it looks like we're all A-OK. Nothing holding us up here right now. Normally race control, if there's a delay, will be down to the starter who will then be communicating with the crew and the driver. But hey, systems all go. Let's get it in. Johnny Elfs. Cranked Motorsport, R35. This is a good one. Point A to point B. 646 will do. Early click. 102 in the 60. 102 in the 60. Half track 409. 182 and a 646 early click at 180 mile an hour. That'll be about the quickest I think they've gone. What a great run. Through the gears, everything fine. Great run from Johnny Elfs, the cranked team. The lanes are closed. The lanes are closed. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The lanes are closed. Driver's briefing in 30 minutes. Driver's briefing in 30 minutes. All right, Dib, after a big burnout, ready to reverse back. The little Mazda wagon, the little 1300. 8300, that's
Cody.
8380, yeah. 8380, Cody Alexander. Went 140 mile an hour last run. Wouldn't pick that little 323 wagon to do 140 mile an hour in the quarter, but it is Jambo where anything is possible.
It's got a bit of sleeper style to it.
Anything is possible. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. The lanes are closed for testing. The lanes are closed. If you're in the lanes, that's good. If you haven't towed out yet, bad luck. Sorry about that. All right, the 323 rotor is ready. Dib getting ready in the RX-7. That is a Street 28.9 car tomorrow. Cody is in modified compact tomorrow. Not much to write home about off the launch, but 795 at the end there for Dib. So look, it's 135 in the 60. Wasn't super violent on the 28.9 that time and still goes sevens at the end. 795 is best so far. And a 966 from the 323 wagon. You wouldn't pick that. 966 for the 323 wagon. That'll be the last hit for those guys with the lanes closed.
Reese and Andy now. Reese can't keep. Yeah. EH.
Oh, it's an all radial matchup here. Yeah, look at our... Back in the days, the old Jambo days, this wouldn't be allowed. Back in the day, you wouldn't dare have an EH and a Tirana anywhere in the hallowed grounds. But isn't it amazing? Turbos, EFIs, radial tyres, whatever's hot, whatever's the trend, whatever's making horsepower.
We've got the biggest and the baddest.
Well, we've learned to become a bit more progressive and realise no matter what you identify as, we have to accept you. Horsepower love is horsepower love, and whichever way you want it. But right now, a couple of, I think Grantley's is still, well, Grantley Andy's driving it, but still I think LS power both sides of the racetrack. So, citizens of Bump City nonetheless. We're going to go to a little bit of that right now. 2 turbo cars engaging in some testing. Keep an eye out for this EH, doing some great wheelies today already. Andy has not got the hatchback down yet, hasn't got it out of the hole. Both guys, and it's not like the EH to not just want to plant the tyres down and lift the front, and same for the hatchback. So last run of the day for those guys under testing, not ideal. Not ideal. So the lanes are closed. The lanes are closed. If you guys have opted to come and have a crack. Here's Dodsey now. Sup G was talking about not testing today. He was going to wait till tomorrow, but looks like they did rescale. They're talking about changing. They put too much weight in the front, they reckon. They put about 20 kilos over the nose, and it sort of changed the way the car behaved.
Right.
So he was going to take a little bit of weight out of the front end, rescale the car, which looks like they've done. So he will have another crack at it this afternoon by the look of it. Sup G coming up with only 26 minutes to go. And as I said, we've got a hard shut at 2 o'clock. So not 2:05, not 2:03. You won't be getting a run at 2:05. We'll be finishing up at 2 because we've got to move on, get into our afternoon schedule. I even think we've got the fireworks tonight. We got a little tweak of fireworks coming tonight too. All right, he is out there.
Billy Abdu and the
Luke,
Mustang.
Yep, and Luke Dowdy with the Brisbane Civil Camaro. Got a cranky little blowing LS in it. I think he'll be in the extreme class this weekend. Billy, I don't know where Billy's fitting in, probably J275.
Yeah, J275. That is correct.
This Camaro can go mid to low 8s on that big tyre. Blowing EFI LS. Knock on. The fastback did not want to hook those tyres up this run. And a lot of spin of the tyres there also. But Dowdy 843, 840 at 157.
That's 3 radial cars with a bit of trouble getting off the line now.
Yeah, well, again, we can blame the UV. We can blame this time of the day. Mind you, give it 3 hours, a little bit of the sun off it, then this track will be amazing. But as we said, our schedule every day, today, tomorrow and Sunday, is that we don't want to be into the night time too much on all days. As much as everyone says, oh, there's no better racing at night. No, there's not. But I tell you what, the more you go into the night time, you get any delays, and that track goes cold real quick if we don't keep cars on them. So here he is in the water. He'll be intending to probably qualify a little bit later on, but here he is. Alan Dodd, the Sup G RX7. The only guy that can proudly say that he's got yard art out the front of his house, and that his yard art is an RX2 coupe, left-hand drive. That's your yard art. Now get any ideas, folks, about nicking his RX2? Where he's got it, I don't think he'd get it out anyway. But this is the race car. Of course, he's known for the What Up GRX2, which this is now, you know, the next evolution. Got himself a serious car with some serious wheelbase. Looking for the crew. His wife Jen at the door. And Anthony on the other side. A little less weight in the front. Let's see if that brings the car back. 6-second performer, this car. It did get up on that big tyre off the hit. There was a fair amount of crank there on the leave. And you can't take them lightly, these things. You've got to give them lots of RPM, get that boost right up on the line. But then the tyres, the clutch, the suspension didn't like that all. Actually, can we sneak in a little replay there of that launch? You could see it really trying, just that rattle. It was working the suspension quite hard as it did that. It was sort of raising itself out of the wheel arch radial style, but he's decided, he's not going to take that all the way out the back door.
Tyler was pretty quick on that replay button there, ready for you
too,
wasn't
very, very quick, Tyler. He's very good. And we don't even need a magic button that lights a big red light up with an R on it, do we, in front of him?
No.
We don't have to press a button to go replay. He just hears us. Isn't it amazing we've got people so clever, they're semi-AI already?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
See, when I'm over there doing that
it's
roll,
almost-
I get all over the place.
It's
Start
almost
hitting
like
wrong buttons.
an animatronic cyborg. No, it's just Tyler. Yeah, as you said, you're wearing 1,000 different shirts there, mate, so don't know whether you're Arthur or Martha sometimes. Don't ask me that. I don't know where the hell I'll be. Well, this is one event where I really know where I am, and that's in the middle of the J universe. This is J Day. Friday is now J Day. So from now on, if we are going to do a Friday schedule, Friday's J Day. It's when we get cracking on the big one of the year, the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree. Simon Ionu, you would assume his last hit of the testing. 20 minutes to finish what's in the lanes. We've got a hard cut at 2 o'clock. The lanes are closed. The lanes are closed. If you were towing, you are going to get refused. Did it all well to half track. It went 109 in the 60. It was getting through the gears. It didn't hassle the tyre.
Sounded good.
440 at 143 to half track, and then whether or not he's just lifted the throttle off or it just went a little bit off song. You don't know. You don't know what happens first. Did the foot come off first for it to sound that way, or he just...
Maybe their plan was let's just go half track and see.
Well, that's a percentage run that's going to work most of the time. Again, we talk about that clutch setting. If you can leave what's in the clutch can after you hit something like a 109 and go, well, you know what? That could be the difference between, for him, that car is easily mid-six performance. Do you stay trying to run mid to low sixes, or do you try and just go, you know what, 660, 670 percentage today, percentage over the weekend? Everyone starts to think, can I play percentage, get something right that I can race with? The answer will be clear by the end of tomorrow's qualifying, whether someone has got something to race with and whether you are tempted to turn the screws up when your opposition starts to get a bit sharper. Whoever's going to be bold enough, back themselves enough to be able to make those decisions tuning-wise, driving-wise, there'll be a lot more driving to the stripe come Sunday, I can tell you. A round win is a round win.
Car there too, catching air. Whether it was belly pan or
Could be 889 after an earlier 887.
didn't come out.
Now we don't have a lot of that's maroon Kawash in the Falcon utility. So we haven't had a lot of Barra go down today. So that's about the only Barra, a couple of Barra representatives there. Oh yeah, there is like a front under tray or something. I do think at nearly 160 mile an hour, that standard Falcon infrastructure can only be so good. Hey, we're sending XF bumper bars out there to 150, 160 mile an hour, so testing all of the front ends on these cars. All right, so he is back for another run here. Now, this was weird. Barry Plumpton came out earlier today. He did one big burnout. He came back and he did another big burnout and came back, and then they took it back to the pit. So I don't know whether it was running in the tyre, whether it was running in the engine. You know what I mean? Like maybe that was the attitude. All I know is that considering what tyres, we've seen 80 cubic inch rotaries shake the tyres in this lane. What's 959 cubes of Musi? What chance has it got? Well, I tell you what, he's got none other than none other like Ricky Smith, basically on speed dial, that can sort of help him any which way he wants there. So, and again, that name, I dropped that name out there and no one would know who Ricky Smith is, but if you've been around drag racing a long time, he's been one of the longest standing nitrous door slammer racers with a reputation unsurpassed on nitrous. And Barry Plumpton, you just can't change something. You can't change a bloke. Barry's nitrous guy. I can't see Barry going anything else ever. 959 cubes for this builder from New Zealand. And it's got plenty of cuts on board, this thing. Affectionately call this engine the Bullet. And let's just see whether he can get this thing out and down. Remember, as I said, we got little rotaries, turbo rotaries, hassling tyres and shaking the bags. What hope does a pro mod with 959 cubes? I mean, the thing is, smack on nearly 3,000, could be nearly 3,000 NA, this thing. I mean, it's making a lot of horsepower before the nitrous goes in. Let's just hear it thunder
How many
bites.
kits they got on?
Well, I thought it was 5 or 4, but he reckons up to 6 kits.
Oh, really?
Yeah, up to 6 kits. Let's just see if this thing will just lumber down. I don't want to talk over this. Let's hear it lumber. I think you only need to take this thing to 8 grand. I don't think you need much more than 8,000 RPM. How's that little shot of those cubes just for a sec? 101 in the 60 foot, 101 in the 60 foot. Okay, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you drive a white Hyundai iLoad 332 RC9, you've kind of blocked, you've parked in front of people here. Not 332 RC9, 332 RC9. See you later, gentlemen. And I think the reason why they parked it there, because there's a van in front of them, which I think's got every right to be there because that's their pit spot. But
It's not just a general van
it's just
parking
not a general
area.
van parking area. It didn't say loading zone anyway. So if you own a white Hyundai, it is an iLoad, 332 RC9, 332 RC9. Can you move that white iLoad, please? The white iLoad 332 RC9.
Well, it could be Will Yarwood's race transporter. It could nearly fit in the back of a iLoad.
Just about, just about. Let's have a look here, Will. Is everything fixed? Let's have a look. No, it just wants to still knock the tyre off it. And as much as you're not going to get a representative ET that time, you're going to get a bit of a send out there.
He just wanted to go quick.
Yeah, oh, who wouldn't? I mean, it was 136 at half track, 138 at the end. The lanes are closed, folks. We've got 14 minutes left before a hard close of the lanes. I dare say, judging by what we've got there, we're probably going to be right. Drivers briefing at 2 o'clock at the back of the tower. I hope we get a toilet break in between now and then because, yeah, it's...
No, we need to get straight into the action. Andy.
Oh, really? Okay, well, I'll stand there with
hold
my,
on.
I'll stand there with my legs crossed, hey? I'll stand there with my legs crossed.
A little sniper.
Yeah, Eric Sligar is back. And even that last run where it just sort of hassled the 28.9 a little bit, but then drove it out after that. He actually gave it a fair steer out of that on the small tyre. As I said, the slick tyre cars, the radial tyre cars, you've got Buckleys of hooking those things back up if you knock them off. The slick tyre cars, they can come back.
You can spin them all the way down.
On a very good track, you can just get them back on a slick. You really can. All right, the iLoad has moved. So, yeah, if you're parked anywhere with no pit pass, like you are definitely standing out.
If you think you've just scored the most amazing parking spot, you probably haven't.
That's right, you haven't. It's too good to be true. Trust me, it's too good to be true. We'll be calling you out. Big shout out to Morgan McIntyre, Mrs. Waggy.
This place is just going to continue to fill up, mate.
Well, I mean, she's just cooked 3 amazing trays of chocolate slice, which I can't wait to get a taste of. So it's not just the cars around here, mate. It's the food.
It's the food.
Everyone's already saying, drop in for a feed. It's like, wow, man, I'm going to be 10 kilos heavier on Monday. It's the cars, it's the food, it's the vibe, it's the energy. It's Jambo. Yeah, no, the
all
attitude.
over the place that time.
Yeah, the attitude of that car wasn't going to change. It was already in distress turning that tyre. It needs to be straight for him to probably keep steering it because you know what happens. It can get pretty wild pretty quickly on a 28.9. Not so much if you're out of the groove because, you know, we are pretty sticky all the way around. You can see some of that fresh glue just outside the main, well, we shouldn't call it the groove. We're wider than ever here with prep surface, but yeah, a lot of it's going down the middle, but there is a bit of room on each side where it might still give you a few lumps of gold. All right, here she is. Now she's 2 runs from signing the licence off, so hopefully all things going well. And geez, haven't they turned this thing around quite quickly? Kirsten Tucker here. 2 runs from the licence tick-off, I
That
believe.
was a great pass, that
Yes.
last run.
6:09,
Everything just went together beautifully.
3:80, 2:01. "11 minutes till 2 o'clock, driver's briefing. 11 minutes till 2 o'clock, driver's briefing." All right, so burnout, just not the jandle she gave it in the previous one, so no big skid this time.
Just
I mean,
do the passes now,
Well,
get
well-
that licence ticked off and get ready for racing.
Well, sometimes I can't help but think that right now, big tyre car like that may not be too much of an issue because, you know, that track has got plenty on it. It could definitely probably handle it. All right, so we're just checking that door again. There we go, close so good this time. Didn't have so much luck last time. Doing a wheelie bar adjustment right now. All right, flurry of activity all done. It's now time for John to lead Kirsten into stage here. Tell you what, you got to hand it to the not only the double step, but just to be able to hit it and then give it another squeeze again. Kirsten 9.93 in the 60 that time, but yeah, came out of the hole nice. Yeah, that did not want to give her the same performance as last time, but even on the hit, it did not spin or play up too much. It got out a bit. All right, just one more car left after this one, and then that will be ready for driver's briefing at 2 o'clock. So, yeah, good to see testings. We've just about nailed that correctly. You know, sometimes, you know, we can have 8 cars there that we can't let through. Or, you know, sometimes right now where we've got a couple of minutes where we've had some, you know, a gap at the end that meant that we could have perhaps taken another couple of cars. But right now, with a little 8-minute barrier before driver's briefing, I think it's a good barrier. Driver's briefing at the back of the tower at 2 o'clock. Driver's briefing back of the tower at 2 o'clock. This is 6488 Brad Rooney in the little Mazda wagon built by Spot On. 13B, I think C4 on board. Isn't it funny, one of the previous runs, I mean, it got so much start line, it came out and went hard left with a wheelie, and now this time just hassled the tyre a little bit on the hit. So, not the best one there for Rooney to finish off the day for him, but hey, Brad's got a few more laps on the car. We've got a little bit of track prep that's going to happen after this and driver's briefing, so there'll be a little bit of scraping going on between the 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock when we are scheduled to go to quali. I turned that off, sorry, mate. Have another crack. There you go.
Yeah, our last run.
You can see Justin and Bretto ready to do some scraping in that lane already, scraping that rubber off. Because there's been a fair amount of rubber laid down between 9 o'clock now and 2. So that's literally a 5-hour stint we've done here.
Shout out to our track chaplain, Davies down there in the middle.
Yep. Tim's out here taking it all in. Glad that we've got his blessing. On you, Tim. All right.
If you see him around today, say good day.
6'6", isn't he?
You should spot him.
Marcus Pepe out there now. This is the last run of testing. As we said, drivers briefing out the back. For our people on the live stream, obviously, we'll be taking a break. And I would imagine either we end that stream, start back again at 3, or whether we just keep rolling for an hour. Who knows?
We've got a new stream starting.
New stream starting as we go to quali.
Racing. So,
yeah, that's right, quali.
But even easier when you look back to, watch later on. Watch the replays. You can, what am I watching? I want to watch testing. No, I want to watch racing. So.
Great opportunity to do that. Of course, YouTube. All right, so Marcus, last run for him for testing, and then drivers briefing at 2 o'clock. All right, either ran out of gears or neutralised or whatever, but that was on a nice run. 100 to the 60 foot, 100 for Marcus, 423 to half track, 161, 423 at 161, and a great run for Marcus Pepe for the first half of the track. As to what happened after that, whether or not he's just pulled the clutch in or whatever, who knows, but they'll be doing a bit of a post-mortem after that. Not a bad check-out run. So plenty of opportunities for the racers to learn. There's some lessons that have been learnt. There's some good results that have come out of that. There's other ones that are still, the mystery remains with some of these amazing machines. So right now we're going to do a bit of track prep out there on the start line. We've got a driver's briefing and only a couple of minutes behind the tower. So we hope you're enjoying Friday here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree as we kick not only finished our Friday testing. We'll be into that qualifying, I think, about 3. So you've got an opportunity to get around and have a look at a few things in the pits. Grab that Jamboree 2026 merchandise if you're here on Friday. And stay tuned. Don't go too far too early, because we're going to do that quali a little bit later on. But now, just drivers briefing out the back of the tower for 2 o'clock, please.